In this pick a card, we'll be looking into, do you know who you really are / is your self-perception accurate? The timestamps for the readings are in the description below this video, and I'll be seeing you in your reading. Tiger One, welcome to your reading. We're going to get started with some tarot/oracle cards and find out who are you really. Do you know who you really are, and is your self-perception accurate? So we're going to get started this time with some tarot cards that I just took out of the box, and I don't know why I mentioned this specifically, but I just did. And see, yeah, what we need to see. I'm sorry I'm so quiet. I'm actually trying to think of how to talk at the moment because I'm quite aware that my intro and the beginning, or just that my readings have or are going to change a little bit, and I myself need to get used to that. So that's why I'm struggling. but it's needed because otherwise I will struggle a lot more in a different way. So we all struggle with change in one way or another. Anyway, so first I'm going to get 3 to 6 cards, see what will pop out about who you truly are. And in the middle, we'll be looking at some oracle cards. That, okay, this card fell out in reverse. I saw that. Pre-shuffled oracle cards, those are here. And lastly, we'll be seeing some cards about what you need to know about yourself, as former known as advice section. Anyway, so, okay, let me just look at this. We have the Fool in reverse. Okie dokie then. Off to a great start. You're just kidding. It's not something bad. At least not, it's not, I don't see it as something bad, unless it is, I don't know, whatever. Okay, depends, all depends on perception. So, okay, then we have the Lovers. Okay, we already have 2 major arcana cards coming out, and this is the Dark Heart Tarot by Vanessa Samina. I mean, I will always put the decks in the description. I just didn't mention it or show the deck at the beginning, whatever. Even I need to get used to some things, and it took a lot of mental preparing, and I'm talking about like weeks and even more than a month to prepare for this. Okay. In case you are not new here and you know my former readings or whatever. Okay, 10 of Pentacles. There's something that I just said that sounds significant to this reading. New. The word new sounds significant. So whether you are new here, like, you don't know me, but now you know me, or at least, well, you know me from what you think you know. But okay. But something new, I was immediately thinking of the Fool, since the Fool is about new beginnings and fresh starts and, well, all that good stuff. And, well, okay. That's the keyword tarot guidebook that I made myself. Yeah, new beginnings, leap of faith, innocence, unknown, go for it, take the risk. We have that in reverse, but the word new is somewhat significant. There could be here something here going on about like going in loops or not, never like, I don't know about releasing the past, but never daring to like, or being that kind of person to really either, well, it's not about you not standing out, but wanting to stand out, like maybe you don't like that, or maybe there's something about you not wanting to gain attention by doing something risky, I don't know why I'm specifically saying that, but I suppose that I'm saying it for a reason. I mean, otherwise I wouldn't be saying it. Unless it's... I've been like dealing the last couple of months with trying to like call my inner mental demon that wants to kind of like comment on every single thing I'm saying, and I'm not gonna do that. I literally even forgot what I was talking about, so that's a good thing. Well, what I was thinking about, okay. Ace of Crystals, which is I cannot talk, which I can, but I have difficulties doing so, I suppose. The reading is starting off like I think I kind of missed doing readings because I can be an idiot, but at the same time, I don't know. I wanted to say something, but I don't think that's the right way of saying it. Like, only I could understand my kind of humor unless I explain it, and that's the annoying part of any joke. That's why I love my insider jokes. Okay. Okay. And I feel like I need to... Okay. We had the back of the deck with the Queen of Pentacles, which we also have the Ten of Pentacles. Here we also have the Five of Crystals, which wanted to, like, for some reason, I felt called to put that at the back of the deck. Five of Crystals, okay. Let me just put 1 and 1 together, or 1 and 1 and 1 and 1, and another, whatever. What? 3 of Blades. Okay. Let's just look at this for a moment, because I feel like it is significant. Because I feel like the reason that, like, first off, we have Dark Heart. Like, I notice every single thing, and I honestly wish I didn't, but I do notice color, I've noticed vibe, and I want to mention every single bit of it. So, for example, I'm working on, like, little notes and little, like, literally writing just words on cards, and even, like, writing the same word on different cards as like different colors. And blue to me is like either the mental color, but mostly like the more sad or depressing color. Not in general, but when I'm writing these things, and I'm still busy with doing that, like I'm not even near the like in the middle or anything like that. But I just noticed like this dark blue color, and this immediately reminds me of like sadness. And I'm hearing the word stagnancy. And I mean a dark heart, so like you like dark, whatever dark is to you. Dark can be black, dark can be dark blue, it can be dark, I don't know, whatever, purple, or anyway, not that it will matter. Okay, this bothers me. Okay, this bothers me even more. Love it, but still, during a reading, not favorable. You know what, fuck it, I'm just gonna put the cards here, okay? I'm just gonna do that. I mean, screw it. I'm a nice, not cursing person, and that is a complete lie. Let me not do that again. Anyway, like, as long as you don't use like yucky language, it's good to release verbally. And when I say release, I don't mean attack other people or whatever. It's just like, you know, screaming or crying into your pillow. I mean, to make the sound less, you know, loud. Okay, let's just continue with the reading, okay? So I have 3 of Blades, which is the 3 of Swords, and a 5 of Crystals, and these two is somehow, like, significant to this. And also significant to the Fool being in reverse, I feel. And I just noticed we're not even, like, well, now we are, I suppose, like 10 minutes into this reading, but maybe I'm putting my attention to things that I should or do not need to put my attention to. Yo, I have ADHD. Welcome to this channel. So the Lovers, the Fool in reverse, the Lovers, Ten of Pentacles, Ace of Crystals. We have Earth energy, we have fire energy. Isn't that Libra? I'm not even sure. We have air energy, like in, I'm not sure. We have a lot of fire. I'm not entirely sure when it comes to the Lovers. Like, I'm not very good with remembering astrology signs. Like, I barely remember my own sign, which is also a little bit of a lie, but still. Yeah, I don't have anything to say about that anymore. So, like, apologies if I don't catch on to your energy immediately. I tend to notice the small things, and that brings me to the whole. So I do know that who you are has thinking of what exactly it is, putting things together, you know, 1 and 1, and, well, 3 and 3. Okay, wait, okay. I'm unnecessarily confusing myself. Don't do math during readings, or it's not necessary. So let's start with the, I mean, I don't know about fact, but I mean, that's up for you to know whether that is true or whether that is a fact or not. But I definitely feel, well, okay, it literally feels like I'm doing some sort of like test or anything, like as if I'm like in college or school or something. I do feel like, okay, wait, 3 of Blades, 3 of Swords, Heartache, 5 of Crystals is, well, one sees it as an argument or something like that, but it's more like a competition about who is best and trying to prove yourself, or people trying to prove themselves. It's a little bit difficult to explain, even for me. Wait, not even for me. I have difficulty explaining things in general. This has nothing to do with tarot. But we do have 2 major corners. Sorry if you're waiting. I'm doing my best. I'm thinking out loud. I'm definitely feeling some, like this, I've been hurt before by someone's significant kind of energy. And, oh, now I understand the 5 of Crystals, which the 3 of Blades or 3 of Swords kind of clarifies. Oh. I'm getting that someone had like a very fiery energy. So let's just say you have been the Fool, like in upright quite a bit. So you were, well, the kind of person who will take risks, who would like to challenge yourself, well, I don't necessarily know about challenging yourself or other people, but like would like to have some sort of challenge. Like it's not, like to just live life easily, it's just not cool. Cool. It's not entertaining. Like easy is really not entertaining. It brings a lot of difficulties with it. So, but I do notice something about, like, let's just say you've been, as in the way it's depicted, like you've been used to like swinging like this way, but suddenly, whoop, you're swinging up and you're like, well, I did not expect this. This is a little bit, well, the risk you've taken brought you to a place that you really did not expect, and maybe it was a little bit of brought you a little to panic attack. Not literally, not everyone, of course, but you relate to what you relate to. And that made you, I feel like it made you believe as if you were too risky or as if you were too stubborn. I mean, I'm not gonna deny these statements, nor am I gonna, yeah, I cannot get to the word. I'm not gonna have anything to do with what you think about yourself, unless it's absolutely necessary. I can only say that that's kind of how you view yourself. You may have seen, you may have, you know, jumped a little bit too far, or did not really estimate or whatever how things, yeah, like that kind of consequence, like, whoa, it turned out to be completely, you know, like your life kind of turned upside down. And with the Lovers, it could be that this is because of a relationship, and that you may have, I'm hearing, have had like financial issues, or people around you have had financial issues. Maybe you're someone who would like to spoil other people. I'm just calling up some randomness. Is my phone? Nope, it is not. I am sorry for doing it, but it has to be done, and now I am satisfied. Okay, I just twisted the camera around, as that happens more than once during in my videos, I suppose. Let's see. I feel like I really don't think that you, okay, I'm hearing that you maybe have had like too high of expectations, but it's, okay. Wait. I just noticed something. I wanted to say that you thought that you had too high expectations, but I instead said that you, it could have been that you have had too high expectations, which I'm not gonna go against that. It could be that you literally did have too high expectations, but I don't think it's that your expectations, like, what exactly are we talking about when it comes to expectations? Like expectations about your towards yourself, towards other people, toward how your life will turn out, whatever. Let's see. Oh God, yeah, okay, I just noticed a little tiny detail which does not matter, like, is not necessarily always, like, you know, significant in other readings, but when I notice it, it's significant. I noticed that this person, okay, I'm not talking about skin color as if dark skin color is bad, but I noticed this is like this white color and this is this dark blue color, which almost makes me think like this was not maybe the best relationship or the best kind of partnership, because one may think like you will balance each other out, which yes, but also no, for whatever reason. I feel like you think that it was possibly your fault. The thing is, you sometimes have a disbalanced kind of perspective where sometimes you blame yourself more, sometimes you blame the people around you more, sometimes you are okay with how things turned out. Like, I can honestly just relate. Like, what is my decision gonna be? Like, am I gonna be yes or am I gonna be no? Like, there's no maybe. I mean, the answer does exist, but it's really, I suppose it's to kind of turn things or push things away for a little moment to get some more clarity. Or am I just now like kind of sugarcoating the meaning behind it? I don't know. But I do feel that I'm being annoying. Just kidding. I do feel, with the Five of Crystals, I just want to mention it could have been that, or could still be, I'm not sure, like that's for you to decide, that you may have wanted their attention, so you tried to do more and ended up, well, not receiving anything in return. It's as if you could have also like done nothing and it would have been the same result. You know what I mean? So it's like, why did I even put so much effort into this person or into this relationship in the first place? Because whatever I did, it did not turn out the way I wanted. Which, yeah, I suppose that I'm hearing one-sided relationships don't really work. Because I don't feel like this person was very aware that you were even a person to begin with, and I don't even know where that is coming from. I really don't. Like, sometimes I just blur things out, and I surprise myself with what the heck I just said. I don't know if you... I've never heard of anyone having experienced this, but I once wanted to ask my tarot deck. This is years ago. Like, I still lived at this is more than 3 years ago, because I didn't have my own apartment at that time, and I was still young. But anyway, where I just asked my tarot deck, like, how a person will react if they will see my hair, how their response will be, or how they will, like, you know, to see their facial reaction. Like, sometimes I don't know what it is, but I think facial responses are hilarious. That's why I hate my own facial responses, because I do not like laughing at myself that way. Anyway, unnecessary information, but I shuffled the tarot deck and kind of spaced out in my mind, kind of forgot what I was asking, and randomly burst out laughing and said, I'd be flabbergasted. Like, literally, I said that, and I was like, what the heck did I just say? And why did I just say that? So I remembered the question that I asked, and I was freaking out, because this person was connecting to me, like, literally that much that they took my mouth over. Like, just spilled, yuck. Spilled those words, and I was like, I am freaking out. This is the freakiest way. Like, creepy, I don't see it like that anymore. Right now, I just think it's hilarious and funny. It's such a good story to tell, other people, because they'll be looking at you like, what the heck? What the hell was wrong with you? But that's kind of to explain. Sometimes I just say things and I don't even remember what I just said. What did I say? That this person did not even one-sided relationship, something like that. And I honestly feel, with all the greatest intentions, like, I feel like you did not expect yourself to fall harder than you did. I don't know why we're talking about a relationship, but this is leading up to you in your energy right now. So bear with me, as I'm trying to do that myself as well. But I feel like you did not expect to really put so much effort and energy. Like, and I'm not talking, like, this can be financially, this can be physically, like, effort, like, literally, like, working out, like, literally going to the gym or whatever you did, like, to, I'm hearing gain more weight. What? Well, that's an interesting perspective. I never heard of that. Like, I'm not saying that, you know, that it never happens. I mean, there are possibly people will be like, oh, you're too thin. Like, I've never heard of that before, but, like, you know, nothing is impossible. Unless it's impossible to the viewer. And then it's still not impossible, because it's just a perspective, not a truth. Anyway. But anyway, so it could be there's something about weight, something about, I'm hearing about a bit imbalance when it comes to the body or like expectations or something. Like, I feel like it's like I'm hearing someone say what they want, but it's almost like they don't talk to you. It's not like they're really even noticing you in the first place. Like, they don't even notice that you already are perfect. They don't even notice that you already are literally what they are looking for, because they're too invested in the... I'm hearing the song If You Let... Well, I'm not hearing the song. I'm thinking of the song If You Let Me by Beth Crowley, which is literally about, like, I know that you want her. She looks like a picture, but inside... I'm silently dying, quietly dying. I could love you, I could be the one who holds you, blah, blah, blah. I'm just trying to kind of put out the lyrics because it kind of makes sense. It's like, they are so invested in what they think they need that they forget what is literally in front of them. Like, it's almost like they're not even looking at you to begin with. Maybe they're literally, I'm literally seeing them like just daydreaming about what they think they want or desire. And it's like, as if they are blind and they're not able to see clearly because they have been putting on some rose-colored, well, not rose-colored glasses, but like, you know, like those like eye masks that you can put on like before like going to sleep, so you're like, so you do not get bothered during sleep because of the light from outside or whatever. I don't know. I mean, I have experienced have really good experience with some, and even with one or two that even had like a certain scent in it that like lavender, I think, if that's how you pronounce it, and that made it even more more I'm literally looking for the word. It can take a few minutes, just warning you. It's just, I don't know how to explain, but it's it just feels a lot more, it's not necessarily comfortable, but it gives you that little extra, you know, like the cherry on top, if that makes any sense. I don't know. Yeah, what was I just talking about? Yo, what were we just talking about? I was thinking about, like, right, yeah, okay. I'm glad. I think my meds are kind of worked out, but still I'm functioning well enough for this to work out. as if they are blind and they've never worn glasses before. Or, well, I don't know about never, but when they see you, they don't see anything. Because it's not that you don't look pretty or whatever, but they are so caught up with what they think they want that it's almost like they blur everything out except for what they want to see or imagine, but they're not literally even, like, I don't want to, okay, to all the INFPs or ISFPs out there, especially INFPs and INFJs, I don't want to say anything that's untrue, but it does sound a little bit like this this person could be someone who spends more time in their head instead of outside in the reality and into what they really have. I don't know what this is about. This is not supposed to be a love reading, but since this could be significant to your energy or your, well, who you are right now, I feel like, yeah, okay, thanks, Spirit. Like, I feel like you have learned a lot from this person, like, whether you will want to admit that or not. And I very much understand where you're coming from if you do not want to accept that. But, like, for a fact, like, well, I don't know for a fact, but I definitely feel that you have become a lot more cautious, but also underestimating underestimating yourself, and also taking everything that you do as something that you, wow, you really remind me of myself. I'm so sorry, but I recently found out that I like a few months or like maybe a year back, I'm not a good time person, okay? So please don't question me about this. But I first thought that I was in an Enneagram type. I'm very much into that kind of topic, Enneagram and personality type. As I just mentioned, INFJ and INFP and stuff, and ISFP. If you don't know anything about that, I recommend searching it, looking it up. But not the stereotypical shit. Like, I'm talking about a deep dive into the cognitive functions of each type and how it explains. But anyway, but I recently found out I'm not an 8-wing-7. I mean, I have a lot of 8 qualities. Like, it's very high up my list. Wait, I can actually just get that little picture. Oh yeah, that was also a cool test. Anyway, how are you guys doing? Like, I've been really, like, for you guys, it's almost like 2 months. For me, it's like almost 4 months that I've been gone. Just saying. Let me see. Okay, I remember even, like, having a past result thing, and I was not really acceptant of that test result, so I kind of just dismissed it and whatever, but I still made a screenshot of it. My recent results are that I am 68% type 1, and that's very, very evident. I mean, it's almost like I'm very organized, but also, like, if you would look inside my head, please don't. Because you'll end up more confused than I am, and we don't want that. Then I have type 5, 46%, type 8, 25%, type 9, 25%, and yeah, like, just like I'm saying, like, for example, my wing is 9, so I'm a 1 wing 9, so I, for example, say like, oh, I don't know, like, maybe that it's this or this, like, that depends on how you view it, you know. I accept things for how they are. I'm not going to say the specifics of what I think and project it onto you as if, like, this is just the way it is. Accept it, bitch. But anyway, type 4, 3%, type 6, 2%, type 2, 2%, type 7, 1%, and type 3, 0%. So that was a recent result, and I found out that my past result was also a 1 wing 9. And it was even more specifically like 1 9, so 57%, 36%. Like, I don't know if you care about this or not. Like, of course you can skip it if you are a skipper, I suppose. Skipper. Anyway, type 5, type 8 was a little lower, but now I have a little bit of a bigger mouth, and I am proud of that. But anyway, so type 1 is like the perfectionist, idealist, someone who wants to better everything and everyone, and especially and is very critical of themselves. And that is literally me. Like, do I even have something to explain that? I love explaining to people who I am, because it just makes a lot of sense. The Enneagram personality type 1 is the rational, idealistic type. They are principled, goal-oriented, self-controlled. You should have seen me as a child. Well, I don't know. Self-controlled and perfectionistic. I just made fun of myself. Just ignore me, please. Enneagrams, ones are... Why did I cannot accept that. I just added it. Enneagram 1s are conscientious and ethical with a strong sense of right and wrong. They are teachers, crusaders, and advocates for change. They always strive to improve but are afraid of making a mistake. The reading. Okay, anyway. Organized, orderly, and demanding. I'm sorry to say it, but I really am. I just don't really... well, I think I don't show it that much. Anyway. They try to maintain high standards, but can become critical and perfectionistic. I have always been that way. And it gets worse when I'm tired. Because I can become nasty. Even to myself. Anyway, so that explains me. I don't know necessarily why I felt the need to mention that though, but... Right, I was talking about, like, being so critical of myself and stuff. Like, I related to you in some way. Like, who knows, maybe I'll be called to this reading after I uploaded it. Or, you know, whatever. But, I mean, it's not necessarily a person. It's just energy, right? Like, it can always shift to a different thing. Not personality. That, as you can see, my past results have always been, also been in 1 wing 9. So I don't think that I will change much more. Even though I'm 23 at the moment. Okay, so you could also be, like, I don't feel like I feel like you are more of, so let's see, you could be a 7 wing 6, or, I don't feel you being like a 7 wing 8, but that could of course be wrong. It's just my kind of, my favorite thing, like, Enneagram and personality stuff. Please just let me do my thing. Hi, welcome back to my channel. I'm very glad to have you here or have you back. Okay, but I see you as someone, like, I don't know how you view yourself, but you view yourself in a way where you feel like you're always on some sort of roller coaster, if that makes any sense. You're always feeling like you're out of line or you're not doing something right, and I feel like it's just because you've put yourself in this position like you've either like literally had a relationship with somebody or with, it doesn't even have to be like a lover. It can also just, lovers does not mean necessarily like that. Like I mean, we can shift things around. It can also literally be a family member, okay? Like I'm not talking that, like it could just be someone that you loved or that you really highly respected or put on a pedestal. You definitely put them on a pedestal. I'm hearing like that you thought that you put yourself, that you were a diva or something. That's not for every single one of you. Like, what was that? Was that a little, okay, yes. I'm having a light on and it's not during the daytime. Which reminds me, what time is it? I want to see what time it is. Thank you. My phone is just lacking fast movement forward. I don't know how, like the word, like there's something here I cannot. Okay. Did it rain? No, I doesn't seem like that. Anyway, like I was smelling like scent. It almost smelled like it was like it has rained before, but I don't see. I don't know. Okay. Let me think about what I want to say. Just a second. I feel like this relationship has taught you things, but also things that you should not have been. Well, you know, there is a disbalance in what has been, what you were taught. And what I mean with disbalance is like you could have learned to be a little bit more cautious, but now you're overly cautious, overly anxious of your actions. Like you may not want to make, like as I said before, like I'm hearing like wanting to make a mistake, or maybe you're being a little bit critical when it comes to partners or love or just people in general. You're a little bit distrusting, right? I was talking about 7 wing 6. 7 is like the optimistic type, but I'm not saying optimistic as in this is literally you right now. I'm just saying this is right now. I'm clarifying, it could be literally your energy, or more of a childlike energy, more of a free and expressive energy. And I feel like this person has made you overly attached to an outcome that doesn't exist. An outcome where you could not even understand. Because I'm feeling like as I felt at the beginning, like it's almost like you're going in a loop. Loop, and it almost feels as if you're not even able to find an exit because you're too focused on winning the race, which is going in a loop. Which is literally reminding me of the Five of Pentacles, Five of Crystals, which is the Five of Wands, which is a little bit of this competitive like nature, which reminds me again of the like almost like winning the race, but it's like, are you literally winning the race for yourself or for someone else, or maybe both? And is this race even ending like ever? Like it's a competition that's never ending. And because it has nothing to do with real competition, it has to do, all it has to do with is you comparing yourself over and over and over again and expecting something from yourself that is not, well, there goes my fake flower. expecting something out of yourself that is not achievable because it doesn't exist, or you are already that, like expecting perfection or expecting or trying to achieve perfection or doing everything in your power, like feeling inspired but with the wrong resources, if that makes any sense. Like doing everything that you can, but are they really, really worth it? Like you may want to watch another reading I uploaded like a little while back, but it is the reading I posted before I even made this one in the first place. So and it's a reading that's literally talking about, is this person even worth it? I mean, I suppose they were never really worth it to begin with, because they didn't even notice you, like, at all. Like, they may have also just, I think they were themselves really not even, like, at all understanding. Like, they were not aware that they were doing this. It's almost like they were just making decisions based on, like, because they were wearing lenses or glasses that were really, really vague and not really giving them the right direction. Like, I'm not trying to excuse their behavior, but I'm just saying they did not do this on purpose, because they were not even aware that they were doing anything wrong in the first place. And that's because they are, I feel, oh Jesus, okay, sorry. I got startled by a noise in my music. Anyway. No, they were just too much, like, I feel like this person is too much in their own, caught up in their own miserable world to try and say it in a, like, for a lack of, like, a better way of saying it. And they didn't even, like, you could have been, let's just be honest, you could have been literally anybody else. It's like, they would have done the same thing with other people that, well, especially people who would have just begged for love and they wouldn't even notice. But there's something about that, like, how this shaped you into someone. I'm hearing the word conversative, and I think it very much is significant to the Ten of Pentacles in some way. Conversative. Yeah, cool. Google Translate is really very fucking helpful. Like, literally just does not translate the word or give me more about, like, more info about it. Relating, no. Oh, conserve. Excuse me. Yeah. That's a very interesting thing to read. A person who is averse to change and holds traditional values. Traditional moral, wait. Okay. Wait, because that's not okay. Yeah, retain, keep, preserve, save, hold, and conserve. And I feel the Ten of Pentacles is almost like, well, it kind of reminds me of the Four of Pentacles, but as we are not seeing that card here, I feel like you, like, this could speak about multiple things. So, this could be about multiple things about you, like, not necessarily wasting your money on people who are not worth it, people who are just going to waste or literally not even accept or respect or even value what you give. And I also see this as you not giving yourself to literally anybody. I feel like you are more focused on, like, there are some things where I'm like, that's a really good thing. because, you know, you learned the lesson about that not everyone is worth it. But there's also this thing that you are sometimes a little bit too resistant or restrained. Not saying like as in you are a bad person or whatever, but just saying it as it is, I suppose. Like holding back, not really opening up, not being as expressive as you used to be. Like I feel like this person did not take you. This person did not ruin you or break you. This person may have not had the, well, this person may have this person was not aware. And for the ones who are still in this anger kind of thing about them, they were just too dumb to function. Maybe still are. And especially too dumb to notice that what they were seeking was right in front of them. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they were that kind of person, like, oh, I'm sorry, I want you back. But it's like, oh, come on, don't give me that bullshit. Like, like, you know, sometimes it's like almost like a cliche, like, come on, like get over it. Like, you've already, you know, like, not you, but like this person, it's unbearable to see people literally being presented better ways of doing things, and they are just going the same road over and over again. And you were trying to catch up with them on their road, and it's like, well, you were never meant to be there in the first place, because it was not real, like, love. It's almost like you gave yourself away by doing that. And you also feel that way. So, and we're literally still at the beginning, we're still literally at the tarot part. Like, I also feel like these two cards are, like, very significant. Yeah, come on, make some space for this one. Thank you. Just a moment. But if for, like, this was, okay. I'm hearing like you may feel like you were wearing rose-colored glasses, and I'm wanting to say that half of what you're thinking is true, but at the same time, it's not true. So there is this balance, like you do have learned something, and there was something needed to be learned for you to be more assertive, for you to have better boundaries, for you to know what is right for you and what is not. But now you're almost like taking it out on yourself, as if you were the problem, but you have never been a problem to begin with. Like, maybe you've been problematic with yourself, but you are not a problem to others. It's or a specific person. You have just, I suppose, never really found a place where, well, never, I don't know, but this person, like you, when you were still, well, I don't know about communication. I don't think you're still in communication with this person, honestly. It's more like transcending to a different level and trying to fix the things that have never, well, like, if there's anything, ow, okay. That didn't hurt. Why did I say that? Okay. But I bumped my foot against something, but against a table thing. It's almost like you're looking at yourself, like either in a mirror, or just you're just looking at your being, and you're seeing mistakes. And I feel like that could literally be still holding you back when it comes to your love life, your social life, your life in general. Also toward yourself, like you're not giving yourself the patience and comfort that you need because you are too strict with yourself. And this is still happening because you're kind of going the same, like repeating the same pattern with yourself, even though this person is not around. So still looking for mistakes and still not understanding what's really going wrong. And actually it's your entire mindset that just things that aren't real. And like there has never been a problem like with you. Like I'm trying to figure or understand myself, figure out myself as well, like what really is going on, even if I have like really said a lot of things. Like, but anyway, we have 3 oracle cards, and we're gonna see if we need to know anything else about, yeah, what else we need to know about you and who you really are. And I don't feel like this is literally just about this person. I'm just saying like the way that you are treating yourself or that things are going forward is in a way that is reluctant to embrace a change that involves you letting go of holding back and letting go of the restraint that you put on yourself to like, just because you once make this entire flip doesn't mean that you are going to do that again, like especially because of your gained knowledge and knowing that you can do it better. Just like any kind of sport, let's just say skateboarding, like you fall and you will usually get back on again unless you're too afraid to try because you're like, well, I'm too afraid, I'm gonna be too panicky because of like you falling off again or whatever. But that's where you need to actually, like, I'm not gonna say that I will do that because I've given up on that. Like, I have zero interest in doing that because I know I will fall. I'm clumsy. It could definitely be worse. I know someone who literally would fall over their own feet at every single moment. But anyway, just saying, but this is something that you need to learn to kind of ease into. But you need to be willing to make the effort. Because I'm sorry to say it, but no one's going to do it for you. Like there's going to, of course, be people who will be supportive and who will, of course, like help you up when you fall. But they cannot, like they can try and share wisdom with you, or you can try and learn from your own mistakes, you know, to better your technique, but you cannot expect someone to, it's not like you can do a test or just give someone a test, whatever, and they need to fill out the answers and then you will, you know, it's not like you can cheat. Like there's no cheating here. But anyway, we have astral plane number 15. You have the ability to experience and gather insight from the earth, cosmos, and beyond. If you see a message in these cards that I don't, then take it if you really feel like that is significant. Don't give up hope. What you want may be closer than you think. And you get to control so many atoms. Number 66. 6 is not an evil number, and I will dismiss any kind of bullshit that I get on comments that are saying that it is, because it's bullshit. Evil is just literally something that's created by people who want to believe in that. Okay? So, people who are interested in evil shit because for whatever reason, like you have a choice to focus on what's true for you and not. People create the horror that they think they see. That's such a truth that I did not expect that I did not expect, I would say. Let's see, there's something on my shirt. Get off. Okay. Number 66. Okay, this message says, you are an insanely complex being. You might as well be a galaxy. Don't focus on what you have no control over, literally. Be grateful for what you do have control over. Countless miraculous cells all vibrating in unity. I still don't know what the word atom means because my mental vocabulary is a little bit limited. Well, a spark or something. Fragment. Grain. Okay. Crumb. Okay. Well, I've learned something new, and I'm going to forget that in a few seconds. And then we have astral plane. And we have, okay. What? Okay. There's, the guidebook is a little bit, I did not look in the guidebook before, I suppose. Astral plane. Deepen the connection with your astral body in order to transcend your physical body. Well, I don't know about astral body and what that kind of stuff is about, but this does remind me of something different about reconnecting with a deeper part of yourself to be able to move forward with your physical self as well. So noticing like that you have fears around certain kind of things in life, and that you don't do it, or that you are blocked in some way. So it could be that you're blocked in some way. This is almost more like an energy check. I don't know whether this has happened recently or not. I just want to say like this, well, we're not really at the end of the reading yet, unless I choose for the reading to end. Like for you, who you are, I feel like there's something about you finding about who you are that does not necessarily, I feel like if you will think about who you are, the first thing that you will do is literally go back to the part that was created because of this connection, relationship, whatever you want to call it, person, because of this perceived disadvantage that you had, which is not even like I cannot even think of what the disadvantages were, because it's just perceived perfections or perceived imperfections. Like, it could even be that they literally said nothing about what was wrong with you, but you just projected your own fears onto this person and made them even worse by believing them, because you thought it was this person who was thinking this, or whatever. I feel like you are actually someone who is quite spontaneous and who makes decisions based on a balanced approach. But sometimes you get caught up in the little details that do not really matter in the first place, because these details are not the big picture. And I personally also have difficulty with big pictures, but I'm just saying, that even if you were imperfect, that does not mean that you are undeserving. That does not mean that you are not worthy. That means that you are a human being, or a soul in a human body, with a human experience, and to expect something that does not exist out of yourself is kind of brutal, don't you think? Like, I think there are different ways of, having a nice cup of tea with yourself and just kind of going through what is helpful and what is not, and what is you and what is not. So I feel like you, as yourself, are a really amazing, a really awesome person. I mean, of course you are. You're watching my reading. No, just kidding. I hate that bullshit. Hate is a strong word, but still, you get the vibe. And if you don't, well, that's not my problem. Maybe the thing that you need to understand about yourself is that you're more than just flesh. You're more than just your outside or internal like expectations. Like you're more than just something or someone that needs to be controlled or respected. Like I mean, respect is something I feel is necessary, and I feel like this person was just, or people have just not been aware that you were even in the room with them in the first place. Like they were too caught up with their own bullshit. Like they could not even at all evaluate or even like judge you, because they did not even see you. And I said that before, like this person, it would have happened with other people as well. Like this is not because you personally are the problem. This is because they are not able to look. Like you cannot, for example, judge a person for being blind, you know, because it's not like they can help it. Like it's just the way it is, and it has nothing to do with you. Just because someone has some sort of disability doesn't mean that they are automatically doing that on purpose, or that they are only doing that or behaving or whatever because of someone else. I don't know, but that could be significant for some of you. I feel like you're a very, very mature person. No matter what your age is, this is about mentality, and like I feel like you are not that stuck as you think you are, and you may be a little too harsh with yourself about certain aspects that honestly don't require as much as attention as you think you need, as you think it needs. So let's see, was there anything else? So if you would see yourself as someone who's a burden, someone who is not good enough, someone who is only at the beginning of the journey, you are not really wearing the, like, it feels like you are also a little bit like not wearing the right kind of glasses, or you know, like you are seeing things from a perspective as if you're still expecting yourself to be on top of everything and to be the best that you can be. Like it's almost like you're competing with yourself at the moment, and it's the only reason that you're doing that is because if you don't like, if you like you would not compete with yourself so much without a reason. Like what you think is so out of reach is actually quite like close, and you may not even notice. Like it's almost like you adapted the behavior of this significant person, and almost also decided to be blind to what's happening around you, but in a way where it's like you're torturing yourself. And like this person is almost not even like, they cannot notice that you are there, because they don't even notice that they themselves are there. I don't know what exactly that means, but for what it's worth. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. I do feel like I kind of talk too much about like this person relationship kind of thingy, but I do feel like at the same time like again, like I'm being too hard with myself, because like I wouldn't mention all of this. Like everything that's coming to me is coming to me for a reason, you know, all the information. So it's not like, and if you feel like you want to know more or this is not enough, you can of course also watch a different reading, you know, a different group, if you felt called to one. Or maybe there's information that I cannot give you, but maybe that information can only be gained by yourself. So now I'm going to use a deck that actually is quite new, but since I already have it for a little while, it doesn't feel new anymore. At least when seeing it, when noticing it, like it's been laying on this table for a couple weeks. I think, whatever. But to the people who are watching and have seen my readings before, this is going to be a new deck. So it has like some sort of like question here about like reflection, and at the back of the other side of the card, it has some, what's that called? An affirmation or something like that. I'm hearing don't put this person too much in the spotlight. Like not don't like not in a good or bad way. Like try to be like I'm hearing modest, humble when it comes to this person. Like don't you have the tendency to blame yourself and say that like this person didn't know. Like yeah, this person didn't know, but you also didn't. Like what do you expect from yourself? Like you cannot expect yourself to know an answer to something that you've never never heard the question of, or whatever, or never learned what that actually meant or means or whatever. If you don't know what 1 + 1 is, or you know, you just don't know. Like how you're like, that doesn't mean that you're dumb. That doesn't mean that you're an idiot or whatever, that you're a freak. That means like, well, what you didn't know, now you do. And now you can make better choices or whatever, or maybe worse choices depending on the situation or circumstance, or depending on the person and your own decisions. Okay. But to really, like, to not really put yourself so low. Like, you have been really achieving a lot of things for yourself in every single realm, like in the physical realm, in the mental realm, in the emotional realm. I didn't feel like taking that card if you saw it, if the card fell down. Try to look at it like as if this person, like maybe there are different ways of like kind of like releasing this burden from the relationship or from the connection or from this person just in general. But like if you don't feel like you even had like a relationship, you know, like but it could be useful, like maybe to ask for guidance or help from people who are intelligent enough to answer or help you with that what you struggle with. Maybe even bring you back to your senses and remind you that you are just human and allowed to make mistakes, and even and that like with an extra note, like you did not really make a mistake. It's you learned something, but that doesn't mean that you literally did something wrong or made a mistake. You learned that this person was not accessible, was not emotionally mature, emotionally aware, or even aware of anything. No offense, but just stating facts, right? Okay. Because I know that for a fact, this person was literally just closing their eyes to everything that was out there and focusing inward on what they were desiring and fantasizing about, not even noticing that what they desired was literally not one step away from them. It's not even like this person didn't know, like, because yeah, I don't know the answer to that either, like, especially because every single person, you know, is going to be a little bit different from one another, or maybe not, who am I to say. But don't bully yourself over something that you had no control over. Don't make yourself believe in stories that have been created by your fears and only your fears and expectations. This person only like kind of made your fears more visible, more outgoing, more external, more present, more visible even to you. But I feel like they were already there because you have high expectations of yourself in general. But I do want you to know, like, those high expectations and those, whatever you make yourself believe is mostly just an exaggerated version of the truth. Like, there's also the other side. Like, there's also this, like, you're like little, like, on like, what's that called? I don't know, but it's like you're a little too much here, but there needs to be balance. There's also a lot of things going on here that you did not even notice. Like, you are kind, you have been very attentive, very, very supportive, very flexible, and very open with communication. Like there are things that you don't even notice because all the highlights, all the spotlight is just focusing on everything that's kind of going wrong and everything that's bad about you. Like, I would not even be surprised if, like, eating disorders, anything like that will have been the case or is the case for you. My chair was doing its own thing. So now, I feel like that's all for the reading itself. Now I'm just going to get 3 more cards for you. Anything that you need to hear right now about who you are, about yourself. I'm going to put that here. I have a card here, but and if you want to know more about yourself and what is true and what is not true, either like try to, well, not try, but try to give yourself the benefit of the doubt, like to release some thoughts about, like, I'm literally just not comfortable sitting here. Okay, like this. But ways for you to look into better care for yourself mentally, and to, like, limit your anxieties or control issues around yourself. I don't know. Whatever is the case, whatever you resonate with. But you can also choose to just watch another reading because I'm being called to mention that for some of you. Okay, that's another. Oh, we have 3 cards. Okay. And this card also reminds me, like, there's more to you than just your flesh. There's more to you than just your I'm hearing impurities. It's almost like you're looking at yourself as maybe like a sin. Like, I don't know. Anyway, what message can I send so that I can receive? Okay, and we have, I am asking for what I want. And we have Dear Universe, so maybe asking universe for what, or like clearly stating what you desire. And I'm not talking about the small things, like what you want from all. Like, what, like, don't necessarily think about what will make you happy, but what exactly that will make you. What do you want to be? Instead of saying, I want to be thin, I want to be this, I want to be that. Just say, I want to be happy. Because you may think that you know what you want. Just like this person. So, I don't know whether there's some mirroring going on here. I mean, I would not be surprised. Just saying. But you may think that you know what you want, but maybe those are things that are too specific and not even relevant to your happiness at all, because it all has to do with one thing, and that is you wanting to have that because you feel like if you don't, you're not good enough. Whether this has anything to do with financial gain or a better body or just whatever is better, like if you ask for happiness, you can trust that whatever will come to you may be a little bit different than you expected, but it will definitely make you happier than what you may have in mind for yourself. That was a very specific message, but it needed to be said. So, what new heights will I reach when I unblock these thoughts? It's interesting because I was talking about blockage. Did I? Oh, I didn't even notice that these are hands. Anyway, fingers. What is actually possible? Block. What we think is possible. I am reaching higher. So you think that you can only achieve this. Like happiness may be here, and you think you need to achieve all these things, whatever, because that looks like happiness, but it's just like temporary satisfaction. Because once we have tasted this temptation or this once we have tasted it, it could get us addicted to more and worse, what we may call better. And just, this is not for every single one, like this, this broad, but I just wanted to mention it because I wanted to. Let me just mention whatever I want to mention. So, okay, and then we have, what helps me declutter my mind? Perfect. I am writing out my thoughts to gain clarity. Yeah, like you could, for example, like really, like you could already be writing like a diary, or I'm hearing dream entries, like writing down your dreams, because they may gain information about your subconscious, whatever going on, and also write down your thoughts, whether you're disgusted by reading them, because I once noticed that I can really get very nasty in my way of writing, and I've noticed that in the past too. Maybe that's also what triggers me, because I know that things have not really worked out well that way. But well, I don't know whether that was significant or not, but could be, or relevant to you in a way. But I do notice when I'm like clear from all of this negative vibe, whatever, I do notice like, wow, I was in pain. You know, like it's not always too often, like very often that I do this, but I do notice something, and that's better than nothing. Like, even if you think that you're not making progress, or just like a little bit of progress, it's better than nothing, right? Anyway, like there's something about that. So we have Dear Universe, and here I also have Dear Universe. So writing a letter to the universe, like whether it's like whatever way you prefer. Some say like you need to do this like on paper and stuff, but like who cares? Like I write letters also like on my notes apps and stuff, like because I will lose these letters in real life and wonder what the hell will be happening with those things, because I may have thrown them away. People may read it because I'm paranoid. But let's see. I'm hearing one last thing you need to know is that things may not be as they seem. I feel like you've also, just like this person, have been a little bit like you cannot see far ahead because you're too focused on the next step, or vice versa. You're like too focused on what's far ahead that you do not know that one small step can bring you closer and closer to what you desire, whatever it is that you desire. Think about the reason why you desire it and what makes you want that. and whether it actually is what you want and whether it is achievable. Just like perfection, like you can always grow and make favorable changes, but you cannot expect yourself to be something that a human is not made for, and that is absolute perfection. You can, of course, be the best version you can be and respect that and accept it about yourself. Whew. So, group 1, that's all I have for you. I hope you enjoyed the reading, and if you did, I hope you'll be back for another reading with me soon. Hi group 2, welcome to your reading. So we're going to get started with some tarot/oracle cards and find out who are you really, and do you know who you really are, and is your self-perception accurate? I don't know what I will do when everything is finished and done, but at the moment I have not yet put this deck for the second group, because every group has a different deck. But anyway, I mean, you can just, if you don't feel drawn to this one, you can also just skip to the other intros of the groups, and you can see which deck I'm going to use. This deck is brand new, actually. I've not used it for, like, even so brand new. Like, I mean, there are other cards like these that are also, yeah, all of the cards are also brand new, but not in the way that I've just, like, that I literally just received them or something. This came in a week or two before, I think. Anyway. How are you guys doing? I just want to mention right off the bat that your energy, that your... Oops. Well, this is maybe what people do. Like, let's just... this is who you are, like a deck of cards, and I accidentally hit my nails against the cards. Not literally, like, bruising it or whatever, but still, like, dude, don't walk over me. I don't know, maybe it's a little weird, but hey, weirdness is inevitable, especially since that is in the eye of the viewer. Yeah, but I do want to say your energy is so special. I had trouble, like, sometimes I literally just talk to myself, trying to explain it as if, like, literally going over it every single time until I get it right, until I say it in a way that I understand and also other people understand. Your energy is so precious, so special. The fact that you've been worn out lately is it's pretty obvious. Like, the energy, like, it took me a few, how long did it take? When did I do the other one? I don't know, but it has, like, almost been like a week ago since I did the first group, and it's like, I mean, it could also literally me be just taking my time getting back to reading, since it's been a while. For you, officially, it's been like I don't know when this will come out, but maybe like 2 months or a little bit more. But for me, it's been like, it almost was like 3 months and more that I took a break. And believe me, it was very necessary. And like, maybe me mentioning it in the first place is like also relevant to how you are feeling. Like, maybe you really need to take a fucking break. Like, your energy is so special, so precious. You are a luxury. You are so expensive. Not saying like you literally ask for money. Well, even if you did, like, what's wrong with money? I love it too. Like, I mean, what do you think? How do you think I'm buying this? Like, it's not like oh god, it's not like I'm literally getting the money to or like people are literally sending me these decks. I need to purchase them with my own money and somehow survive my financial monthly stuff going on. Like, everything's fine, but you used to see me like in the past, like I don't know, a year ago or something. I was stressed. Now I'm like, fuck y'all, you just come to me. I'll just pay you whenever I'm ready to pay it. Not literally in all scenarios, but sometimes you get like mail and stuff like that. I don't know, like, I feel like you're preoccupied with like very sensory stuff, as if if you will talk with, like, I'm not sure, like a psychiatrist, psychologist, so if you will just talk with someone, like they're listening to, like, you will just spoil everything that's been happening, and as if you've been keeping it in like a diary entry, never been shared. Like literally, like maybe not even you writing in a diary because you think it's bullcrap or whatever. For some of you, you think so. I'm really feeling that, like, let's not get into this shit, you know? Like, I'm really feeling that I don't give a crap attitude, but in a way where it's like, I really couldn't give a fuck right now. There's something with me also swearing a lot more in this specific, like, we're not even we're almost 5 minutes in, but it's like, it's almost like this is not my own energy. I know that because I was doing well, I was doing fine, and I am doing fine, but I feel like this energy, like, I'm just so done with this crap, and people just, like, me literally, like, saying, like, bam, it's like, what, and you're just, and I'm really just seeing your reaction being like, you're feeling so much and you're kind of holding it back. It's almost like you don't even notice yourself that you're feeling anything. Like almost like a poker face, but then as an attitude. Wow, never thought of that before. Think of a poker face, but that as like an entire attitude. Or like behavior, like never sharing emotions, like leaving it bottled up as if you are treating yourself like you're a robot or anything, something like that. Like I'm literally like breathing in and out like very deeply a lot this reading. I also want to mention we're starting with a tarot deck, not with an oracle deck, to kind of, yeah, I don't really know exactly what we're looking at. Because when I try to script shit and stuff like that, or plan things out to the point of like too far, where it's like the energy will, like, it will come to me eventually. Like if I'm gonna do things too much on planning, then I may fuck up my intuition, which intuition is not something you plan, at least not to my knowledge. So I do want to say it's very, I mean, I found out recently, like I literally did not know this before, so please don't hate me on this, but I did not know, and that's because I live in a different country, a different state of somewhere in the world. I don't live, for example, in the US or whatever, but apparently it's very expensive there. Where I live, I don't want to make people jealous because it's not like, you know, like, they're not really the sharpest knife in a drawer. Let's just be honest, these people. I'm sorry, but where I live in the Netherlands, and with me, like, this care stuff is usually not something that you literally have to pay for, like a session. Like, I usually pay a monthly something for, like, what's that called? I don't even know what it's called. Let's see. Insurance, I think. Yeah, it's an insurance. Yeah, I pay like for a monthly for an insurance, and not at all for like that huge of a price for example, help or treatments, or, you know, doctors or whatever that I need. So the help that I had growing up, even though it was not perfect, like let's just be honest, have not been like literally paid like that to them. I don't know how to explain, but there's something about care here. So I just want to mention, if you are feeling like crap, like, I'm trying to hold out the energy here, but I do want to mention, like, a tarot reader is not a substitute for mental health or care professional, someone who actually is advanced in their things. Like, I mean, I do get it when you're just here for some whatever, like, you want to know more about who you are, or maybe you're literally so out of touch with yourself that you're just like, yeah, whatever, it doesn't matter. You know, like, as long as you don't, like, and I think this is something that you know, and that's what I like about you, like, not to favor people here, but I do want to say, like, that you do not necessarily take everything that's being said for, like, and just literally believe that immediately. So do what you already know that you're doing, and that is taking everything that I'm saying with a grain of salt. It all depends on every person's situation, which I'm not wanting to get into like too in depth, like, you know, I'm trying to do a reading here and not. There are things that I'm able to do here, which is also like give warnings and also give like advice of what could be possible here, which I don't want to get too much in detail because I'm not good at all with details. The sensory details, I mean, like what, doctor shit or whatever, like that's not. Anyway, I'm maybe my vibe, like the way that I'm like speaking right now, like as if I'm exhausted. I don't know if I sound like that, like I have no clue. Anyway, but even if there's something that you recognize about me, it's like, wait, that sounds like me. That could literally be because I'm like feeling your energy, so that you've been feeling drained or just kind of like, I mean, I've been taking so many days off and been like kind of feeling out like when should I do it and when should I not do it. You know, like whenever the energy, like whenever your energy is right, then, you know, then it's time to do it. But I'm not gonna try and be, what's that called, behave enablistic toward myself when I literally need to take care of myself. Otherwise I cannot give what you want me to give. You know, an empty cup is an empty cup until I fill it. Whatever. Maybe there are just some things that I also need to take, like the advice I'm giving myself. Or maybe just, it could be that some of you actually already know, like, that something is just off and maybe just needed some confirmation. Whatever the case, it's, just take whatever resonates and leave the rest that could be for somebody else, because this is obviously, first off, I'm literally not talking to you, and even if I did, that will just be my point of view, and it doesn't necessarily have to be true for everybody unless it is. Anyway. Okay, with Queen of Cups, yeah. The reason why you're so worn out is, like, not because, like, I feel like there is this tendency to think, like, that you're, like, not at all being a good person, or that you don't care, or that not in a way, like, oh, I don't care, but more like, I act what people think that I don't care, you know, something like that. But in actuality, you've been doing everything that you could to help other people, and that has brought you to this place of being so either exhausted or just really bottling up things that, like, emotions and shit like that. Like, I don't want to be too, like, if someone would, like, for example, want me to tell them how tarot works, then I'm not gonna be like ins and outs, like everything, as if speaking about everything. I need people to ask me like a specific question. So it's like, what do you want to know about tarot? So what will be the topic? Be specific about what you want to know. Otherwise I will not be able, like, in other words, I'm trying to say, let's first kind of lay out the cards and see what is hiding here. Phone, please work with me. I have two phones. One for, that's high, hanging here from the sky. Oh, wait. I am so sorry for that. I just wanted to see how much battery it has left. I accidentally went with my thumb over the camera. Okay. No one cares about that. That's also something that I recently found out, like, if I would watch, like, I usually would worry too much about what other people think of me when I'm, like, filming and stuff like that. Like, not, like, when they're, like, next to me, sitting me, and, like, what the hell are you doing? But more, like, what you guys will be perceiving me, and I'm, like, being unnecessarily harsh with myself. And then I, for example, do the same, or not necessarily same, but I watch other streamers or YouTubers or whatever, and I don't give a fuck about that. So I'm like, why do I care so much about that when I don't even care if somebody else is being too this and this and that? So one helpful way. Like, I've been doing this without cards. Like, I've been feeling the energy. Like, I already know some things I could tell you. What was I talking about? So to, for example, tell yourself, like, instead of being too critical on yourself about how you should behave, be like, would you care if someone else did that? I mean, there are obviously things that are just necessary as a human being, you know, as to not be rude without a reason. And when I say without a reason, you can be rude when somebody is also rude to you. Or, well, you don't need to be rude, you know what I mean? It's just like, you can be a little bit louder with your words if someone is not paying you the attention that you deserve. You know, be more assertive, so to speak. Gorgeous deck, isn't this? Like, I don't know. Yeah. Like, it's like this is like, well, not necessarily gloss. Like, it kind of is, but also not. And also like this gold moons, whatever it is. It's really pretty. A little bit wild, but geez, okay. Okay, so first we're gonna go and have like 3 to 6 cards. Let's see how much comes out. Okay, this card wants to come out. We have six of cups in reverse. Okay, gives me a sort of idea. Don't know exactly what though. Gives me an idea of like, okay, it's past, it's nostalgia, but it's like, okay, I was being reminded of something because I got distracted. I have no clue how to explain it because there will be too many things to mention. But I'm trying to explain it in some way, and that is like, I got reminded of something that I used to do in the past, and that was, for example, be too critical, and lately I've been more like telling literally like my mind to shut the hell up, you know, like, and then suddenly my mind also shuts up, like literally it stops. Like, it's not like I'm being, like, sometimes I'm like, people are like, oh, you need to be kind to your mind, and thing is, yes, I am being kind by telling it to shut up, and then there's going to be like it may be harsh, like, for other people, like, why would you tell your mind to shut up? Well, I don't know why people will think that's harsh. I don't know, but it works for me because suddenly my mind is like, oh, right, sorry. You know, it's like, okay. You know, like, I just need to be as assertive as I can be. Like, sometimes you need to be kind to yourself, and that's cool. But my mind almost feels sometimes like it's a different person from me. I'm not having some sort of, yeah, there's not a real different person. But, you know, like, a second unnecessary opinion. It's like, yeah, I don't care. Shut up. And then it stops. But it works for me. This reminds me of something. So it could be the Six of Cups in reverse. Right now reminds me of like this sort of, for example, well-intended effort to help you, but for maybe that didn't help you, and so you're like, but that's what should be. I don't know how to explain it. I'm having trouble explaining right now. So just imagine that people, for example, used to kind of like sugarcoat the truth to help you understand something, because that's kind of what I did. Like, how it also seems like, if people will tell me like, just be kind to your mind, I'm like, what do you mean? What is the definition of being kind to my mind? Like, being kind, like, you will think like, oh, please don't do that, like, to use less harsh words. But in all honesty, like, I don't need to literally like make myself like, or like be like mean toward myself, but I can be clear with my mind, for example, instead of like being like too kind and whatever, because it's like, it may work with other people but not with me. So I need like I need to be clear with myself to actually understand it and not think too much about what I'm doing, what I'm saying, and it helps me just get back on track. By the way, want to explain that even though I have not laid out many cards, this is also a part of the reading. Like if you've been feeling just kind of drained or just drowsy or just not in your own body, if that makes any sense, like not as if you're really at home with yourself because of whatever reason or whatever I already mentioned before, this is something that I need to say, and that's why I'm telling you, because I mean I will not shut up especially when I know that I need to talk about something. And when it happens during the readings, I know that it may be an important topic, otherwise I would not be talking about this. And no worries, I'm not treating you like my diary entry. Like I already, like, I don't do that with other people. I mean, yes, I do, but I don't do that like too much with other people. Like some sort of, what's that? No, not tantrum, like rant. I don't know. But I usually do that with myself because whatever I say to myself usually is forgotten within 10 seconds. So no one, including me, needs to really talk about it anymore or take it too seriously because at least most times, because I forget it almost immediately. Anyway, like I've been halfway describing myself instead of the reading. And there I go, being unnecessarily harsh to myself again. And not everyone may be understanding what harsh is to you. But if you understand, then you understand. If you don't understand, then that was not your message. That's all I'll say. Anyway, okay, we have the Queen of Cups at first. Then we have the Six of Cups in reverse. We have the 3, 6, 9 of Cups. We are going to do the reading about who you, about the truth of who you are, or what is the reading? Who are you really? Yeah, we are going to do the reading. It's just there are other topics, again, like that need to be mentioned and can be very, very helpful or significant for other people. At least I hope. So I do hope for the majority of you that the reading resonated right at the get-go. No too many. Okay, with the Hanged One. Let's see. Is this safe? Oh, just because there's a line doesn't... Okay. So the Hanged Man in, like, original. Okay. Yeah, okay. That's better. So, it stays at 4 cards, I suppose. Just let me do my thing. Okay. Okay, so what can I really say? So first, there has already been a few messages that I put out there, and that's just based on the energy that I've been feeling right with this reading. And I'm not going to ask you to, like, turn off the thinking part of your brain at the moment, because if I'm going to do so, I suppose that I'm, like, kind of, like, I feel like that will literally do the opposite of what, you know, like, it will actually put on that thinking part of yours, like, oh, come on, please don't tell me that. You know what, do whatever you want, as long as you're being kind to yourself. Anyway, so let's see, the Queen of Cups, the Hanged One. Oh, we have 1 Major Arcana, 1 Court card, and 2 Cups card. So this has a lot to do with emotions. This has a lot to do with, so the Hanged One has a lot to do with what's that? Of letting go. It has a lot to do with I'm hearing the phrase return to sender, as if like something that's not wanted, okay, return to sender or something like that. But what's the word? Come on. Surrender. Return to sender and surrender. I get why that sentence kind of popped up. So I feel like definitely the biggest message right now, not just that you need to hear, like, I've done it with group 1 as well. I feel like there's also like this is what you need to hear kind of message to get yourself back to who you really are. Who you think you are is a little bit different from who you really are, because I do feel like you know a lot of things to a certain, like many things about yourself to a certain degree, but not the complete truth. It's almost like, what's more, what feels more distant to you, for example, like the truth of who you are, who you even are, or even the awareness of yourself, is kind of what your brain has been like, or what you've been kind of putting, like not pushing away, but what has been pushed away by, I think there's something about you allowing this to happen to yourself because you have maybe been inflicted with a fairy tale of you being the opposite of what you are, which is good, which is kind, which is responsible. And that you may have had like certain kind of outbursts lately that has just been like, that does not make you someone who is bad. That only makes you, for example, for the ones who had outbursts of like rage or just emotional breakdowns, whatever, or just like even like self-harming kind of behaviors in whatever way, that has only been the like, it had like you have a reason, you have and had a reason for that to happen, because sometimes it bottles up so much that you don't even notice that it has been bottling up so high and so much until it's suddenly too late. And the thing is, I feel like you just know like a cup and it's full and it's like it kind of flowed over, but at the same time it did not remove any of the burdens, if that makes any sense. It's just like almost a scream for help. And ever since you did that, you blame yourself, like, for example, like even more, and make and fill it up by yourself by expecting too much out of yourself, whatever that may be. This reminds me of like an energy that is very affected by the past and is maybe very gullible or very easy to believe things, not because you are or were like dumb or stupid or whatever name you want to call yourself that is not kind and encouraging. Like that is not appreciative of yourself and maybe only says it to please others or something like that. I'm a little bit warm because I have my air conditioning off, because I don't want to bother you with the sound. Just because I've gotten used to it doesn't mean that y'all will get used to it or whatever. there's a lot that's going on, and it definitely needs to be out, because I feel like there are things that are just needed to be thrown away for you to be able to see more clearly and to kind of filter out what is not important and who is not important, not like they personally are just in importance, but because you need to prioritize yourself, and you have not been doing that very well. And I feel that may be because you have been an immense, extremely, big people pleaser in the past, and you may think that that was exactly what brought you happiness, but I think you may have sugar-coated, or not sugar-coated, but rose, color kind of vision on your past, thinking that it was actually beautiful, when in actuality, you may have pursued methods of self-sacrifice in a way that is not for yourself but for others, because this can be a sacrifice of letting go of the control, and letting things just happen the way that they go, not necessarily as the card itself, I don't know how to explain. It's not like this card is all about literally what I'm talking about. It's more like I feel like you have been releasing certain things that you've been have needed to hold on to, and you've been holding on to the things and people that you should have released. I think that you have been doing the opposite, and right now you may be questioning why am I even doing this? It's not present all the time, but you notice that you're not happy with yourself at times, and the truth of who you are is that this is not the only part of you, and this is not everything about you that is present. Just because you drown out a part of yourself doesn't make it be gone. It makes it be drowned, but it still exists in one way or another. Let's see. What else? I think that there have been many things that actually are very present, which I think I just mentioned, but at the same time, I do want to say it will be a little bit hard for you to really recognize or realize those parts of yourself, because they may, you may be consuming these, for example, compliments almost, and then it's okay, I'll move on, and now it's good. And then you do the same thing over again and kind of lose your own, authority could also be, but your own authenticity again. So even if I would say that you are actually a really great person, and that you actually are even if I would state everything that you are and are not seeing, I feel I'm not gonna withhold that information, but I do feel the need to state that you may not be really letting in these messages at this time that you're watching this. So I do need to mention that, just this little bit of what's that called? A thingy boost. An ego boost. It's just for it's just temporary. It's just there to a little bit of glue that will not hold on for too long, and then you will come back into the situation again. So I do want to mention that, and that your journey is not over, whether that is something that you would want to hear or not. And I feel I do feel as if I will definitely help people with this. I don't know how to explain, but at the same time, I feel some may not really understand what I'm really talking about, or not really like, let it kind of, like, not really take in the message as it is. Like, you are a great person, and you have been such a giver. Like, even if people say that you're only taking and all that stuff, like, either literally or just in an abstract kind of way, or like a figurative way. I'm hearing like you've been like going to phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and then you kind of go in a loop with these phases going on, and it's going on and going on and going on until it's going on. Like, it never really ends until you understand that it requires your own kind of like actions to get out of the situation. And it's, you could almost call it like save yourself. You're not a princess that's going to be saved by a prince. And I don't really give a fuck about that statement, so I'm not really gonna like get too much into that. But it's more like, I've been telling this to other people as well. Like, don't expect people to don't expect people to do the same thing as you will do to others. So don't expect them to be good people. Don't expect them to know something that they don't. Don't expect them to like, don't have that patience or kindness that you yourself would have, like, but with people who would not have that with you, or people who would not like learn anything, even if you like pointed it out a little bit. Like, there are things that you need to do to like put a stop to that, whether they like it or not. Like, it's not about the little details. Like, I don't care what is happening in a situation. I'm already gonna say that I don't care, because this is not about the situation. This is about, like, I mean, because it's already, like, if that will be your response, and I'm seeing, like, that's already your way of deflecting, of, like, going back to other things instead of yourself, like, not prioritizing what needs to be done and what needs to be seen. I remember this situation happening with me, like, when I was somewhere around 18 or something, quite a while back. Now that I think about it, it almost feels like just like, I don't know, a year or 3, which it's not, but I mean, it's not that long ago. But anyway, where I've been holding on to, like, I've just been keeping my emotions back, and like kind of just doing whatever I needed to do, and like thinking that that is what happiness was, I suppose, and letting myself be like talked into situations that I just didn't want or felt comfortable with. And I'm not talking about like abuse or what, I mean, yes, but it's not what I'm necessarily meaning. It's more like, for example, you're not really someone who, for example, like it's not like it's a little bit of a cheap example, but you're not really someone very extroverted or someone who likes to party, but you're letting yourself be talked into going to a party. And I mean, of course, you can have a good time, but at the same time, there are also people who are like, I really regret this, especially if you went to that party with people that are literally not gonna give you that good time or good experience with that. It's like just doing it because you think you have to and not because you actually want to. And you're just not made for it. Like, that's not just your kind of thing. Not because it really literally is. I mean, I've never went to a party like, well, that's not true. Like, I did go, but not like a party as if like going to a club or something like that. Like, that's you're talking to the wrong kind of person. Like, that's never ever gonna happen in my life, I promise you. Because I'm a little bit more sophisticated in that era. Like, I know what I like and don't like. I'm going to take a look at these cards and see if there's anything else that you need to know about yourself. Like, we're not done yet. I just wanted to state that we're not done with this reading yet. I mean, we will be eventually, because that's just how it goes. I'm not going to talk all the fucking time, because then we're not going to finish. Just release the need to do things that you think that you need to do, but actually it's just a routine. maybe you're not even doing it because you want to do it or you're doing it for other people. You're just doing it because you're just so used to it. Like, why change if, well, that's like almost being not flexible, but just turning a blind eye, but you're not even noticing that you're blind, if that makes any sense. I don't even know. But I feel like a lot of exhaustion in a way, like my brain does not want to function. Like, however, the beginning of this reading did hopefully give some insight here. But let's see what we need to know. I feel like this is just a little bit of an explanation of how you are not at all even aware of your true self, and like in a way, like, do you know who you really are, and is your self-perception accurate? Like, your perception is, like, if someone would ask you, like, what are your personality traits, and you're like, I don't even know. I'm too much in my head or busy with other things to even realize or even pay attention to that. Like, I don't think that you even know, other than that you know that you're someone who just is always there for other people, but you would phrase it differently, I think. You would not necessarily phrase it in that way, and if you would, then not with other people, because it somehow would make you uncomfortable. As if you're, like, almost trying to praise yourself, like, you praising yourself? What is that even? Never done that before. And if you have, it's just for, like, small little things, like, yay, I tied my shoelaces. Okay. We have the card 36, Temple of Light. You are worthy. Look, see the truth of who you are, of being a pure love and light. Well, I don't need to say anything more, I suppose, but this is, which interestingly, I kind of spaced out during collecting the first group of cards and kind of putting them back in their boxes. And I accidentally took this group's first card because I mixed it up with the other, with the cards that I needed to take. So I was like, shit, I don't know which one it was anymore because I already shuffled the deck. So then I was like, okay, I suppose I need to reshuffle it because I don't remember which card it was, because I don't really look at the cards that much anymore before the reading. Like, I'm like, okay, so let's see, okay, that's the card, blah blah blah, yeah, whatever, you know, forgot how the image looks like or what it was about in 1, 2, 3 seconds. So for some reason, yeah, that happened and a new card came out. So could also be like just a way of saying like how you've just been so spaced out or just distant that you did not even notice, or for example accidentally did something like literally just very small, like I don't even know like a good example. I'm not good with the sensory details, but because you're like so used to something or not used at all to something anymore, it's like kind of out of your rhythm, out of your like way that you like. I did not do readings anymore, so I was like kind of not focused at all on the cards. So it could also be of exhaustion or like okay, this is new to me. So anyway, you need to know that the truth of who you are and who you really are is definitely full of worth. You are a temple of light. You are a pure love and light. Burping. And then we have shine a light. Again, we have light on what's working well for you today. Look at how this is a card that's talking about you, not anyone else, not anything else, you. Okay. Shine a light on what's working well for you today. So self-care. I mean, I'm not necessarily getting the vibe of like taking a bath, whatever kind of self-care, or like treating yourself to whatever nice chocolate or something, or not, I don't know, whatever works for you, right? But to also, well, you could start that way if that's something that you want to do or will appreciate doing that for yourself. What you would call a luxury to do for yourself. Do these things. I'm hearing a message from Spirit. Do exactly that, what you will do for others, and reverse it and do it for yourself. Like, spend money on yourself, not others. Like, make an effort for yourself, not others. Like, tell yourself to take a break, not others. Also, there could be literally like some colleagues or whatever for some of you that really have been just stretching your patience and taking advantage of your willingness to just go along. So also don't focus on like, ha, now I'm paying them back for what they did. Like, that's also not going to help you. At least not like, I mean, getting your opinion out is something that really is very nice, you know, just kind of share it, but to do it mostly for yourself and not for revenge or whatever. Like, let's just stay healthy, okay? And we also have, it's okay, you're not supposed to be doing anything right now, which is really awesome. And it's also, like, I like the messages about how everything is talking about you. Not anyone else, not anything else, not what you're supposed to do, but what you want to do. Like, instead of like, I need to do this, I need to do that, I'm seeing some extroverted thinking here, not for everyone. Think of like, well, I'm supposed to do this and that for you, yourself, not for other people, you know? It's okay, you're not supposed to be doing anything, like, supposed to be. Like, you can do anything or something, but you don't need to. You are not forced to. And I'm not talking about the literal people saying that you need to. I'm talking about who cares whether they have that opinion. Like, I don't know what the situation is, but I'm just going to trust that you know that the message is not like I don't know, to use for your own advantage in a way that could like be just for pure laziness, but I don't feel like that's at all for you guys. But it's like, now it's time to focus on you. I know that there are other things like also happening, but try to adjust it in a way that you are thinking about yourself, doing something that you want to do, not what you are forced to do. I feel like just like with group 1, but maybe a little bit less like that, this is also a group where it's like I don't know whether you will have found out more about yourself right now, but that's kind of like, it's almost like an energy check, but I don't want to like label it like that unless you feel like that could be the case and that's just all right for you. The reading goes where it needs to go, right? But the priority and like the attention needs to be given to you, to what you need, what you want, and also taking rest, like not just hustling all the time, but to hustle in a way that's different, to not just be doing things because you need to, but also be doing things that you want to do. Like, put that FI a little bit more out there, like that introverted feeling, like that. If you don't know what I'm meaning, when I'm talking about talking. Okay, if you don't know what I'm talking about, it's more like, let's pay attention to your own authenticity. Let's pay attention to who you are, what you want, and not putting it off because someone else wants something different out of you. Like, it's like, don't care about how other people feel about what you're doing, because who cares? Because, I mean, there are also things that they want to do, and if you will judge that, they will also not be happy, right? Even if they would not say that, they would not be happy. Or, yeah, cannot really speak for everyone, like maybe some are happy. But I don't think it's literally in every single form. But confront yourself. And I'm hearing in a way that you want others to be confronted. Like, would you, if you would see someone else having this kind of problem, having this kind of thing going on where they are really so detached from themselves, would you also tell them that what they are doing is the right thing? If you would, what the hell is wrong with you? And if you wouldn't, then you know, do you know what I'm talking about? Like, others are maybe looking at you, maybe not the ones who literally voice their opinion or say that out loud because of whatever reason, but maybe they see that you are literally lacking some self-care and not letting yourself be a human being. If there's anything I can say about who you really are, I can tell you that what you know about yourself or what you remember about the past, about what you thought that you were, is either complete bullshit or it's just a part of you and not your personality, your being entirely. Your energy is very soothing, very out there, and you want to support and help people and support systems. Like maybe, yeah, I mean, counseling or therapy could work out, but I don't know how that works for every one of you. Like, I don't know whether that's that much of a priority. Like, even if someone will tell me that, that doesn't mean that I will necessarily do it. But if it's something that you may have thought about before, then it's definitely possibly a sign that maybe not the most, like, conventional or most known ways, like, for example, like, maybe it's not something that's very usual, like the typical kind of way to search for help, but maybe in a way that is more, for example, spiritual, that has more to do with this or more to do with this, something that's more about what you actually like, or what, like, for example, music therapy, or like therapy when it comes, like, I don't know, with animals, or like, I don't know what even is out there. Like, I'm not that big on, like, looking into therapy things, more like how can you take care of yourself or get to know yourself better, something like that. For me, it was my kind of way of learning more about myself, and others was through MBTI and through Enneagram stuff and all that kind of stuff. And that was what brought me to understand or even voice my opinion out more and see what people were doing, and even gave it some sort of example of what and why and all that stuff. So for me, that helped me, not as like a very literal therapy tool, but like what will help you. And I'm not talking about things like actual like dangerous kind of drugs and shit like that. Like, I am none for that. Like, that's just not gonna happen. Like if I knew that's like, not to be rude or anything, but if people around me will do that and they expect me to be fine with that, then they're really very wrong, and I'm like just gonna laugh in their face. I'm just gonna look at them like, do you have a screw loose? No offense, but that's temporary shit. That's not helping you with the issue. That's just helping you deal with the consequences. So it's not, it possibly even making things worse because you're putting yourself in unnecessary danger. I'm just not one for drugs, okay? And I don't think it should be allowed. That's my opinion, and I'm allowed to have my opinion. And I don't give a damn about people telling me, for example, in the comments, like, why, blah, 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 you know. I'm just, no. Like, I gotta stand up for what I believe in, and that's like the absolute no-go. Like, you're literally not achieving anything with that. So also with arguing with me, that's also just not, don't. What did I want to do? I wanted to get some last cards, to get away from the drug topic, but to, you know, get some, please be able to speak, thank you. Get some last cards, oracle kind of affirmation cards that have like a message both on the front, like a little question inquiry, and also like some sort of, some sort of affirmation on it. So let's see. I want to get 3 cards for this. By the way, I do want to say, you having these issues does not make you the issue or make you that. It's more about like when you start recognizing more, you yourself are able to also recognize more about who you are. I'm just saying, like, if people, like, this is not really about how people perceive you, because I'm not even feeling that anywhere. And it's, again, not about other people. It's not at all about them. Like, I'm not even getting any information about how people perceive you. Like, this is far away. Like, other people are, like, very irrelevant at the moment. Not literally to, like, you know, everyone can have situations, but people who, like, you are also a person. Like, treat yourself like you will treat other people. And I mean that in a way, like, treat yourself well. Unless they're a dick. No, just kidding. But just treat everyone right and the way that they should be treated. Like, you want to be treated. Like, let's just not be, like, I will not, like, advocate, like, yeah, just don't listen to me. Or do whatever you want to do, but, yeah. Again, like, don't focus on what I'm thinking, focus on what you are thinking, feeling. That's what's important right now. And please do not give me a crap answer with, I don't know, or I will never find out, or I don't care, because it's like, yes, you do, apparently, because otherwise you will not feel this way. So, you are definitely a very, very outstretched being, a very beautiful being, because everyone is beautiful, unless they're not. You know, the worst kind of people I'm talking about, not someone who just was sticking their tongue out or something. That's not necessarily just, okay, anyway. You are supposed to give yourself more space, more time to also get more in touch with yourself. I'm not saying that people pleaser kind of tendencies will go away forever or whatever, or will just vanish, but you will be able to see more about who you are. Like, I'm trying to explain it in a way. Maybe I already did, and I didn't even realize. But you're a very broad light. Like, I think it's funny because here we have like a fire that's light, and here we have the sky with the sun, and here we have like these little stars, as if you are like also somewhere in the sky, like lighting up like the world. So you are definitely a very huge impact in this world. Like, you are very helpful, very goal-oriented, and you treat people better than they deserve to be treated. That's what I'm hearing. Like, I'm hearing Archangel Michael be like, yo, we gotta put that out there. I'm not necessarily hearing him saying that, but I do hear, like, it's okay to think that people need to get their shit together. Okay, so who am I becoming? That's the question. We have I am transforming. Yeah, like, maybe you are just like learning more about yourself, and maybe you are like literally transforming. Like, you are not who you made or who others made out to be. Like, maybe that's the issue. Like, maybe you're too focused, or you have been too focused on what other people think of you, and that's literally kind of twisted your vision of yourself and made you forget yourself, pretty much. And now you just realize that you have not been you have not even been given, or have been giving yourself the option to even become a person. At the moment, you're more like a service dog, or more like, okay, that's, I don't know, but more like a machine, like someone who just is there to do a job and nothing else. But you are not just, or you are not at all just a job. Like, you are helpful, and you are very intuitive, and just knowledgeable, and like you're not even aware that you're giving people advice, for example. How will my day change when I surrender control? We have surrender again with the Hanged One. It's like, this is about surrender, about letting go of like what you definitely can't control. And let's just be honest, you cannot control other people. Like, and that's just never gonna happen, because if they make mistakes, I'm just gonna say it, and if they dare to be that kind of asshole, to come to you and be like, that's your fault, then walk away, run away even, or just laugh in their face, because that's something I will do. Like, yeah, sure, your own decisions that you did by yourself, just because you, for example, did not agree or did not go through with their plan, or did not even give them advice on how to go forward or warnings. It's like, you know what? You need to experience life for yourself. You need to figure out how it actually goes. Like other people also need to grow up. And if you have let other people experience that, that has nothing to do with you being unkind, because sometimes we think we are doing what's right, and actually we are literally blocking them from growing and learning themselves. And the more we help them, sometimes, not everyone of course, but the more we help these kind of people that just take advantage of your kindness, the more like you are almost giving them permission to behave the way that they're doing, like, unless you put a stop to it. I don't care whether they are even in your family, because like one has to learn. And if they're not willing to do that, well, let them figure it out on their own. You don't always need to be there for them. I don't know, but that was needed to, yeah, I needed to mention that. Okay, I was distracted for a moment. So how will my day change when I surrender control? We have, I am releasing. All in good time, let go, release, trust, surrender, certainty. Or the need to be certain, or the need to be right. I'm hearing, look for different coping mechanisms. And let other people also search for different coping mechanisms to their problems. Because just because they're in pain, they do not have the right or the need to let it out on you, and to somehow hold you accountable for something that they have in control. You cannot control how they go forward, what they do. And maybe they will be sad, and not sad, they will be frustrated. They will be in some sort of tantrum because they didn't get what they want. And because they didn't get that, now they have to figure things out on their own. You know how you can let that message, you know how to approach the situation in the way that you need to approach it. For some, it's going to be like getting a little bit louder, like not needing to be like extremely harsh, but at least being tactful and also confrontational to at least let them know. And their response is their problem, because you cannot decide. You are your own person. They are their own person. They are very much capable of doing things on their own. And if they are acting as if they're an idiot, well, the more that you surround yourself with such people, the more your brain cells will kind of give up on you. The more you'll realize, like, I'm not paid for this, unless you are. But that's like, still, like, there needs to be some sort of like respect and like a common ground, like, and Yeah, just because you're there to help does not mean that you're there to clean up their mess. So, how can I assure myself that the pieces are falling into place? I feel like you have some sort of, maybe, like, because this has not been very, very present in what I've been feeling, so I suppose that you may subconsciously have, like, this fear of releasing this because you are afraid of how you will turn out. And I'm already going to tell you, like, you're not going to turn out like a monster, like, because you have never been a monster to begin with, just because you're lashing out, just because you had a moment of being completely done and pissed does not mean that you are doing that either on purpose or, you know, like, if anything, you've been doing everything right, and if people take, like, do not even are able to recognize that, then let's, like my face is like, you know, why should that be your issue? Like, control what you can control. Do what you can do. But don't take the blame for something that's just not for you to, like, it's not your problem. Okay, how can you assure yourself that the pieces are falling into place? And we have, I am patiently gaining clarity. Like, you don't need to know right now. And I knew that right from the get-go. Like, this is something, like, this is a process. Like, maybe right now you'll be like, okay, I'm feeling good about this message. Maybe, hopefully, I don't know. Let me know in the comments. Like, I, of course, never intentionally hurt anybody. I mean, I don't really see a reason or anything that I said that could be hurtful. I mean, people could see that in a different way. But anyway, also let yourself know that you wouldn't be where you are right now without your own help, without your own without yourself. I don't even know how to explain. I am patiently gaining clarity. So I see, like, this, from this black going to white, it's almost like transforming into, like, letting go of the things that have been burdening you, letting go of the people, of the things that you cannot control, and you will see how things will shift in a way where you're like, huh, I'm actually living a better life now. Like, I do keep in mind, you know, I'm keeping in mind, like, the thing of, like, for example, it's like a job, or it's like a family, or like your own child, like, you know, but if you are struggling and you, like, don't let yourself do it on your own. If there are things that you cannot handle, you need to ask for support. You need to ask for support, and you need to be assertive with and clear with what you can and can't handle. Like, you are not meant, or you don't need to do it on your own. There are things that you can do, but it comes to a point when you don't know how to go further. Then why treat yourself as if, why would you treat yourself as if you have to have, like, everything figured out? Because this could lead to resentment, and that could lead to depression, and just unhappiness. I mean, it's easy. It's an easy choice. Do you want to be happy, or do you want to be miserable? Sorry, I'm quoting something from an MBTI channel from, which is interesting because that was a skit. What was it? A clip of, like, the ENFJ giving advice. And ENFJ was like, well, it all comes together to one thing. Like, do you want to be happy, or do you want to be miserable? And that's, like, maybe you are an ENFJ. What do I know? I mean, we do have the Queen of Cups, which is like an INFJ, ENFJ, in type or vibe. But yeah, so is there anything else? other than me burping. A burping is also a sign of like your body, like also just letting go of something like of like bad energy or something that has been draining, or just like crying is a way for you to release your emotions, to release your sadness, to release what you've been holding in. So crying could also be helpful for some of you. I mean, obviously, like it's an emotion, it's a human emotion, like don't hold it back. And yeah, no, I'm not gonna comment on that. Like I almost wanted to talk about something that I experienced, like someone saying like that sadness is weakness, and it's just pure bullshit. Like I don't even know whether they are like that high in IQ, but I suppose they are very low in understanding the significance and what's that called, importance of emotions and release. So, group 2, that's all I have for you. I hope you enjoyed the reading, and if you did, I hope you'll be back for another reading with me soon. Hi, group 3, welcome to your reading. So we're going to get started with some tarot and oracle cards and find out who are you really, and do you know who you really are, and is your self-perception accurate? I'm going to start with the tarot, and if you just heard someone burp, I am not going to deny that that was me. No need to get those energies, used energies, bad energies out. What am I doing? Okay, whatever. I have something new I have something on the table, and I'm like, what? I'm putting the box on it. I'm questioning every single thing I do, I suppose. But okay. So welcome back for the ones who are aware that it has been a little while. For me, it's almost like I took a break of like almost 4 months. No one is aware of that. Y'all just know it's like been like 2 months or something like that, but actually it's been like almost 4 months. But here I am. So this is, yes, it's the third group. Okay. I'm already it's already going well. So first the tarot, and we'll get to like 3 to 6 cards. Then we'll see the oracle cards that are pre-shuffled and are, as you can see here. And for some reason, I feel the need to mention that I've been really taking a lot of days in between off to like really to not just get going like I need to work, because this is not just work like filling out papers or whatever. This is energy work, and if I'm not in my own best energy, then it's not gonna be possibly, like, especially since I notice now, it's probably not going to be a very neat energy, or I'm literally just training myself, and then it could only, yeah, not really benefit my health. So since I appreciate doing this for myself, I know that you guys will too, because I always want to be my best self when doing readings and not feel like every time when I start a new reading being like, oh, this is almost like real work, you know, as if I'm sucking the fun out of it. So, group 3, who are you really? It's almost like people want me to speak. So if you're the kind of person who was already like here long before this video came out, let's just say that, and you, for example, like there are people, like sometimes I pick up on like people who like, well, I don't want to say chaos, but they like people who are chaotic, or just in a beautiful way, you know, like the good kind of chaotic. Like they have like a very present kind of personality, which makes me think of something that I've heard before of like a girlfriend from a YouTuber saying like the way that the chat behaves with, or the kind of people that are watching the readings, the videos, whatever the kind of content, are the kind of people who matches with the creator kind of. So it could be like, if you like my personality as my chaotic ADHD kind of shiz, then I'm not saying that you also have ADHD, but I'm just saying that it matches a lot with your core desires, or what you want in life, or that you yourself may really think like, damn, like I really relate to this person, you know, which is me, or maybe someone else. And as I said that, I looked at the timing of this video, and it was 4 minutes and 44 seconds. Which I really appreciate, because that's a good sign. Also, well, good sign, I don't know about that, that's for you to decide. But that's the sign also for me, like that I, you know, that it's not just me. Just because I'm an intuitive person does not mean that I literally take every single thing that comes into my head and think it's intuition, okay? Like, there are also really shitty things that come into my mind. And that's based on me as a person. So that's why I'm like, oh, when I'm looking at the timing of the day, it's 17:17. So 5 p.m., like 5:17 p.m. But I have like, yeah, I have the thingy. What's that called? Like, you have, I like the 17. You know, like. I don't know what it's called. There's like this certain timing thing. Like I like electric clocks a lot more than just whatever. I don't need to explain it. It's not very important, but I just cannot. Even I have my struggles, both on and off camera. Ah, okay. What? Okay. We have the 6 of Wands. Oh, that. Okay, that makes sense with the music that or the song that I'm listening to. I'm listening to the song, well, it's literally my own song. I think it's also on my other YouTube channel. It's called Stronger. I mean, if you want to check it out, like, go ahead. Like, I'm not forcing you to do so, but I'm literally listening to the song right now, and we have the 6 of Wands, which is like success, victory, being in the spotlight, or having, like, it almost feels also like, you know, you have survived the challenge. You have survived, or not just survived, but you have succeeded, like the competition, like you won, you know, something like that. I'm hearing the word go-getter. Too many cards. I'm noticing my brain being like, I don't get something. We'll get to that. Eventually, or not. I don't know. Just go on. So who are you really? We have the 9 of Wands in reverse. Okay, so I'll take it back. Like, there is some survivor energy in here. Okay, we have the World upright. So the only reverse cards, 9 of Wands reverse. That makes me, like, I'm feeling called to do something, and that is 9 of Wands in reverse, because this gives me, like, this is very, like, you know, like, I want to recheck the intuitive, 9 of Wands reversed, because there could be multiple meanings, and I'm just trying to look for the one that makes sense. one is saying times are tough right now, and this is really crushing your spirit. Oh, okay. Oh, you're the kind of people who are like, how does she do it? Like, you're looking at me and like I'm literally feeling like this vibe of like someone being like, I cannot understand how I do this. Like, not as if like nihilism or anything like that, but more like that you're like, I'm feeling is really very like, I really appreciate everyone who does think like that, because it never really occurs to me that I do, that I just you know, keep on going, like again, like, yeah, resilience, courage, persistence, test of faith, boundaries. Why am I looking at this page? Inner resources, struggle, overwhelmed, defensive, paranoia. I very much relate to that, and I was looking at the wrong website. I have my favorites. I'm not, I mean, you can call it cheating, but I'm looking toward like that exact thing that I'm missing in my brain. Yeah, the Nine of Wands is a card of resilience, persistence, courage, and boundaries. I want to see the reverse. Commercial, get away. No, it's not commercial. What is? It's not important. If you're asking about the present, like, I mean, maybe it's just for you also. Like, my favorite site is DISabilitarot.com, and it very, very in depth and a little out of the box, out of the what's it called? Out of the. Sometimes you're like, okay, cool, what does this mean? And then you look it up and it's like, I still don't get it. And this gives a little more in-depth like explanation, and I really need that. Maybe some of you also need that. Maybe you really don't understand what the heck is happening in your life and you need some more guidance on that. With all the groups, it almost feels like there's always some sort of like, yeah, like, not just this is just the way you are, but also like, what are you missing and what kind of advice do you need? Like, I did not really intend on that, not because I don't care, but because I just forgot, like, oh, that could also be a topic of interest for someone. Okay. If you're asking about the present and you draw the Nine of Wands reversed, it means that you may be feeling overwhelmed, on the verge of giving up, or questioning your ability to continue facing adversity. Okay, adversity. Okay. Distress, reverse. Well, it's literally the word reverse that also stand as Google Translate, sorry. Difficulties, misfortune, little misfortune. It's a game, just don't ask. This card in its reversed, critical point where the weight of past struggles and ongoing challenges is becoming too much to bear, potentially leading to a crisis of confidence. It encourages you to recognize this moment as an opportunity for deep reflection and self-care, urging you to consider whether persisting along the same path is worth the toll it's taking on your well-being. Exhaustion, sense of defeat, or the need to let down your guard and reassess your approach to current challenges. Okay, so I'm not gonna go read the entire thing, because even for my own questions in private, like, I still sometimes... You're cool, I got a reminder again of 1717. I got a payment reminder that I need to pay something that I purchased a little while back. Okay, so I did realize something about myself and the readings, and one thing I felt called to say, like, literally just a few days ago, like, I just was thinking of it, and I was, like, still mentally, like, I don't know, not mentally preparing, but kind of, like, I will do the reading when I feel that I'm ready to do so, or when I already have, like, am feeling something, literally before... Just, like, for example, before I even go to sleep, it's like I'm already kind of feeling the energy and I don't understand, and that's why I may be taking a few days late. Just with this when I don't know how it will be in the future. But I was thinking of like that it's almost like my energy needs to be aligned with the energy of the reading, so I can do it for everyone in the way that it needs to go. So for example, if I'm not feeling it myself, I mean, obviously I'm not going to do it, but if I'm in a completely different energy, like that has nothing to do with your vibe, then I may not, like it's my, I don't know whether you have any knowledge about this or not, but I'll just try to explain in short. For my personality type, the Myers-Briggs personality type, I am an INTJ. And what was I wanting to say? And I have introverted feeling as my third cognitive function, which I use often, but not as much as, let's just say extroverted feeling. Introverted feeling has a lot to do with how do I feel and being able to relate, or your inner authenticity. Like, for example, in the past, I remembered recently how kids, I don't know, kids, I just went over to one of my classmates' homes, and we were there, and they, like, one of them challenged us all to make a silly face, and I just couldn't get myself to do it. And yeah, I was I was kind of rejected and bullied like that, just because I didn't do what she wanted. I was not allowed to go inside and get some candy. I literally took my bike, and I just, as soon as they were inside and got it, like they were like, just get it, and then they could get outside again. But I was like on my bike, let's get the heck out of here. I was literally crying because it was so stressful to be that, to like act like a clown when I've, like, no. So I'm not able to do something just because someone else wants it, like, because I do not identify with doing that, you know? Anyway, so I'm not able to authentically, like, empathize or feel your vibe or be able to really understand you unless I'm literally in the vibe of, like, being receptive and being flexible enough to let my mind, yeah, I don't know how other people really looked at the readings from the past, but there were readings where I was a little bit more like, I'm too drained to continue. Like, I still continue because I finish my projects. I do not want to talk about my art projects when drawing because do you even know how much detail it takes and how much effort to draw? I'm talking about, like, hyper realistic drawings that really take a lot of my mental energy. But anyway, so I still continued and did it, but at the same time, I may have not answered or been very thorough with like answering a certain question when it comes to the reading, you know. And what I'm trying to say is that it has been very hard for me to, like, empathize when I was not feeling it to be empathetic. It's not like I chose, but, you know, chose to not be or do it, whatever, but it's like I gotta see how it fits my vibe, and if it doesn't, then I'm not able to do it. Like, I need to also, you know, take care of myself. And I do want to mention, by the way, just whether this is significant, whether this is true or not, but if you notice that I'm talking about something and you're like, yeah, this is literally what I'm going through right now, this is literally the sign. I'm just saying that could be exactly what I've been talking about, like, you know, like needing to, like, force yourself to continue doing something even though you're really not feeling it. And I'm not talking necessarily about, like, just not being in the mood. It's like, I am not able to do it. I'm not able to make a silly face and make other people laugh just to make them feel better. It's like, I mean, if it comes from me and if I feel comfortable, then that's something different. But I felt, I always felt stupid when playing with other kids or you know, some sort of like kind of play activity, like for in the gym hall or anything like that. I felt like I could sink in the floor of embarrassment. Like, I really thought that I was like rather wanting to just sit there and like do homework instead of just wanting to play around with people I don't trust. Anyway. But anything that I just mentioned that could be like from my, like what I've experienced, could be something that you're literally also experiencing, or you have trouble. Like, it's not for everyone, of course, just take whatever resonates and leave the rest. But there could be something that you may find to be significant or relatable, you know, and then that could be something to reflect on or to look into. By the way, I'm not trying, like, as I said before, like, it just turned out to be that these readings are not just about, like, who are you, but also about, like, me just giving unsolicited advice. If you don't want to take the advice, I don't, you know, I very much understand, like, that's not what I really anticipated doing, so just, yeah, do whatever you want to, and everyone will be happy, right? So, yeah, I mean, I was listening to this song, did I even mention the name of it? Stronger. The song is called Stronger. And if it says renewed or anything like that, which I don't really remember because I sometimes adjust the titles of the videos or whatever. But anyway, it doesn't matter. I made that song when I was 15. It's like 8 years back, sort of. I recorded on my, my birthday gift was having my songs be, like, officially, like, recorded in some sort of, like, yeah, like, recording studio and stuff like that. At that time, I thought, like, it turned out really cool, but there were things, like, you know, like, where your voice kind of cracks or whatever, and it's like, I renewed the song, and that's why it's possibly, I don't remember, now I need to know, which actually I can't because not right now, but that's why it's renewed, because I kind of re-recorded it by myself, literally with no other thing than my iPad, my voice, and some little bit of equipment to make sure that the voice does not go too over thing. There's something about singing, could be relevant or not, but maybe your voice is very strong. I don't know why I did that, but I don't care. I just imagine myself watching this like years later and being like, oh my god, cringe, and also I love myself at the same time. Does that make any sense? Ow. Okay, I feel like I need to take this. We have strength. Okay. Okay. I'm done. Thank you for being here. I'm gonna go and yeah, okay. But I love I love this that the strength card falls out after I'm talking about this song Stronger. That's just absolutely amazing. No, 4 cards are enough. Okay. Where do I put you? I put you here. It's almost like I sound like Pikachu, I choose you. No, I did not watch that show, and if I did, it was before I even turned 10, and I don't want to have anything to do with it. Not my special interest. Okay. By the way, this is so random. Oh, okay, Spirit is telling me why this is an idea that popped up, but for some reason, I'm being called to mention if some of you are like, little, like, have some knowledge on tarot or whatever, and I'm not talking about the structured, like, this, that kind of thing, but maybe your interpretations or what it could mean in certain situations, like, there's, like if you would want to share your spreads or something, like your own tarot spreads or your kind of take on a certain card, you can comment it down below if you want to, like, and the reason why or the reason that I did not know, but now I do because Spirit just told me, is because maybe there's something about the knowledge that you want to share, and either me being able to help you, or because, what was the other thing, Spirit? either something that has to do with knowledge. So you either sharing your own knowledge or your own interpretation, and maybe there's something that you could help me with, literally, because there are literally just, I mean, the card strength is oftentimes just a little bit unclear to me, because it's like, yeah, okay, cool, strength, and now, it doesn't give me, it's, I mean, for some people it's like as clear as day or whatever, but to me it's like I'm missing context, like my own interpretation, or my own, like, if someone would like give an example of like what strength could be like in certain situations, but like in a deeper perspective, like that will actually help me out, maybe, I hope. Not everyone, of course. But there's something about that. If you want to share your knowledge or something, or maybe a question about what this and this means, feel free. Like I don't know whether I'm able to answer the question or whatever, but at least I'll try. If I don't forget about it. So, okay, we have two major arcana cards. We have the World and we have Strength. We have the Six of Wands, we have the Nine of Wands. So, strong indication of fire signs here. So, anyone with Leo, Sagittarius, and Aries. I have such difficulty with air signs and with earth signs. Like, water and air signs are very, like, I almost know them out of my head, but the other ones I need to practice. No, but it's just not my, like, my biggest cup of tea. Like, I do like the abstract stuff and things about it, but like, I know more about my, I just know more about MBTI, for example. I was talking, by the way, about FI and introverted. That means FI is like the other, just a small word, or just short version of introverted feeling. Introverted feeling has a lot to do with how you feel. How do you feel about it? Like, do you feel authentic? Like, extroverted feeling is more like one thing I could say about it is like not necessarily people pleasing, but that can be like being a little more focused on how other people feel and not about how you feel. So it's more like, what could I do to make the other person feel better? What can I do like to show, or like something that has more to do with not selfless, like, as if, like, not saying that introverted feeling is selfish, but for me, example, I cannot relate to experiences that I've not experienced myself. You know what I mean? And for extroverted feelers, they're a little bit more, like, I cannot speak for extroverted feelers themselves because I literally have very low extroverted feeling. But it's more like, how do other people feel? How can I fit into the how can I just go along with the lines, or how can I adapt to social standards and stuff like that? I literally am, well, I have one person who helps me, like that, like I have, I'm disabled, so I need weekly, once in a week, I need like someone who helps me with my chores and, like, for example, my washing or cleaning, whatever. And she is an ISFJ. Apparently, I thought she was an ISTJ, and first we thought she was an INTP. And a friend of mine I know almost 10 years is an ESFJ. Oh God, so you do not know how much challenges we had when communicating. Me talking about abstract things, and he's just like, I'm just so done with this shit. He doesn't say it out loud. A little bit more of the people who do not want to be too confrontational or be too, the extroverted feelers are more like, they're more emotionally manipulative, if that makes any sense. Not to say that everyone is, but just think about narcissistic behaviors. They're more like, like, how could you make me feel that way? Or, like, being too, I don't want to talk too much about this. Like, maybe like 80% of you doesn't even care. I'm just trying to explain in the best way possible, because, I'm trying to not make it too long, because otherwise I'd just be talking forever and ever and ever, because I don't even know things for sure all the time, especially about things that I do not have in my own cognitive functions as, list of traits of mine. I'm a little perfectionistic, so I keep doing this. But I mean, if you want to know more about it, if you're interested, you are literally just free to just look it up and have more information about it. But I don't know necessarily what I'm feeling here as it's not what's that? What's the word? No, not the word unbelievable. Come on. I'm talking to my head right now. Just a moment. The word uncommon. Thanks, Spirit, but that's not really what I was looking for. It's not unpredictable. It's not impossible to be a people pleaser, even as an introverted feeler. Especially if you don't really know how you're feeling. Like, introverted feelers have a little bit more difficulty with, like, they know that they feel something, or they know that they're affected by something, but they have difficulty, like, expressing that, you know? But anyway, as I said, you can look it up. I tried my best to explain in the way that I understand it. So maybe what I'm saying is pretty much, like, correct, but maybe you just don't understand what I'm trying to say. But that's why I cannot do things. Pardon me for all the all the pauses in my sentences. I'm just trying to do my best to explain it the best way possible. Okay. So what do I feel? Oh, right. It's not impossible to be a people pleaser as an introverted feeler. So I don't know whether you are more relying on, like, extroverted feeling or introverted feeling. I literally thought, like maybe half a year ago, I was like, I'm an INFJ, and now it's like, oh my gosh, I'm not. Because, like, if you would look at the ISFJ's reaction, like, I speak to my, excuse me, he's not my boyfriend, my brain almost wanted to say that, when I speak to my friend and, like video calling and stuff like that, and I thought he said something about how he would be, like, learning, how he would, like, take lessons. I thought that he said that, but apparently it's not what he said. But I thought he was saying that, and I was like, my response was like, you learning something? You lessons? You never learn. And I said it in such a sarcastic, such a dry way, like the helper was like, we kind of get along well, and she laughed almost her butt off. Like, she was so, like, my harsh, to the point respond, like, of course I don't mean it in a way, like, to make him feel bad, but he knows it's, like, my humor. It's like I try to make kind of fun of him, because I know him a little bit too well, like, not in a bad way, like, but I'm not gonna lie, that's just the way, but sometimes try to say it in a way that's sarcastic or a little bit, so they understand it and don't just go to be feeling attacked or whatever, unless you're really pissed me off. Anyway, but the way she responded to that, like, my harsh bam nature, like, it's not the first time that it happened, and I'm actually really appreciative of that, because so, like, she just laughs at my way of saying it, and how cold, like, this cold slap of truth, being like, no, I'm not gonna sugarcoat shit. Like, I can, but only when it's absolutely necessary, right? I'm at least trying to do where are the cards? They're right in front of me. I'm staring at them all the time, and I just don't realize anyway. But there could be something about that as well that you maybe relate to, like, people maybe have been, like, maybe you've, like, I don't really know what this is about, but we have the 6 of Wands and we have the 9 of Wands in reversed. The first message that I'm getting here is, like, after half an hour of blabbering, and the first message that I'm seeing here is that you're literally being very, very harsh on yourself. So like I'm not seeing it as like that everything that you think is wrong. I'm just saying like in a way like that criticism or that you may need to adjust something or you may need to learn something new. That doesn't mean that it's like incorrect or that you shouldn't do that, because that's actually just going to improve your way of, for example, communicating or adapting to the world or whatever. But there are ways like maybe, for example, where you, like as I said before, like I had this experience with these kids, and it's very clear in my head for whatever reason. Like I didn't even notice it until like a week ago. Like I'm not even, it's not even that long ago that I noticed it. But it's like, oh, that's my introverted feeling coming through. Like I just can't do it because it's stupid. You know, like, why would I make a silly face just to earn, like, some candy? Like, I feel like I earn candy whether I'm making a silly face or not, you know? I'm just not able to do something. Or I'm just deeply uncomfortable. I'm spitting on my cards because I need some... I only spit when I talk too much and drink not enough. But I'm deeply uncomfortable with dancing. And my nephew, uncle, like his age is like uncle like, but his true label when it comes to our biological relationship, I don't know even how to call it, but he tried to get me to dance at someone's wedding, and I was hyperventilating because my reaction, I had a very bad reaction to people trying to force me to do something that I just did not feel at all comfortable with. Eventually I did dance, but I am very, very uncomfortable even thinking about that. Because it's like, at first I had this response, like, I really don't want to do this. And then it's like, I need to do that because otherwise, I don't know, I can only do certain things when I'm like either with the people that I trust or when I'm absolutely alone, which is usually option B. So there could be something about you thinking or feeling some way where you, it's a little star. It was like a little bit, what is this stripe? But it's the star. I'm talking a lot. Anyway, there could be something of you just feeling deeply uncomfortable with like your achievements because maybe either you have not felt comfortable with like doing that or getting this far, you know, like achieving that in the first place. Like maybe that was not something you felt comfortable with, but that's not really what I'm picking up on. I'm picking up like mostly on like you, for example, being forced or feeling forced by other people around you to do things that you just did not feel comfortable with. I'm not talking about like, how do you call that? Like, I don't even know the exact example that I'm trying to mention, to say. But it's not like doing things that you just as a human being need to learn to do, for example, like, or need to learn, like, whatever like suits you as a person. I mean, we're not, like, it's not in a way that it has nothing to do with, you know, it has more to do with, like, enablism. Like, you need to do it because everyone is able to do it, you know? Or needing to do it because that those are expectations that people should do it, but you don't feel comfortable doing that. And maybe you needed to use a sort of tactic that had to do with something that you didn't feel comfortable with, and or you have been doing that for such a long time that you kind of just felt dissatisfied with, like, or you just kind of, you know, you'll be a lot happier when doing something that you're actually proud of doing, or that you feel is just more like, for example, if I would have to choose between going to a library or going to I don't even know how I would explain. If I had to choose, distracted, between going somewhere that has nothing to do with what I am interested in, and something that is maybe a little bit more strange, but at the same time it's more to do with what I actually am interested in, then I would of course choose that. at least at the moment. I don't know how I would have chosen in the past, because I was highly influenced by people like needing to do what they wanted me to do and not by going along with what I wanted myself. Maybe that's just kind of how it goes for a lot of INTJs. Like, I don't know one personally. And yeah, that makes sense. Like, as if we INTJs would like be very social, outgoing, kind of very. Anyway, I mean, I'm talking about this a lot, so maybe that has anything. Like, maybe you just have a lot of knowledge about MBTI or like personality stuff. Like, also about me, like, I also figured out that I'm not a Enneagram 8, but Enneagram 1, weighing 9, which actually matches very well with being an INTJ. Anyway, but I just noticed how this has sort of like a face of like a lion or whatever, or like, you know, like cats. A cat, not like a cat necessarily, but like the face, like of a cat, a lion, you know, those kind of things. I mean, I don't know. I do not have a lot of knowledge on that. Number 8, number 21, or number 3. We have number 6 and number 9. Those numbers could be significant. Fire signs, again. We also, like, this is specifically Leo. And the world, I don't know which card, which, let's see. And the world is planet Jupiter. Okay. I thought we'd have some like signs, astrology signs, but I don't know, like, whatever. If you are so curious about it, then you have to look it up yourself. I don't care. No, but music too loud. Okay. So maybe you already figured out some things that I said, maybe that you could relate to as like you as a person. Maybe you literally are an INTJ or just an introverted feeler, because I've been talking a lot about that. There's just like, there is like this heightened, like this mentioning, like a lot of mentioning of like this introverted feeling, just feeling uncomfortable with what you're doing, for example, which I cannot say for certain for every single type or whatever person. I don't know who's watching this. I mean, you don't necessarily need to relate. Like, I mean, there are also other readings for you to choose from, but not everyone who aligns or resonates with this reading needs to be an introverted fear. I'm just saying, I'm not like putting you in a certain box that is not even really true to you, whatever. Let's see. We have enlightened, number 10. The knowledge you seek is seeking you. There are no distorted versions of reality. Okay. Whatever that means. We'll find out, I hope. Now is the perfect time to return your wish into a reality. And we have, not all who wander are lost, but yes, I am, which is also reversed, which I find interesting because this immediately reminded me of the 9 of Wands in reversed. So, okay, there is like this definite, like, I'm trying to kind of like put 1 and 1 together and see what the answer is, which usually it's 2, but I mean, you can also say it's 11, whatever you want. Like math, I don't really care about it anyways, but it's an interesting concept. In certain situations, not everyone. So what do I see? I see repressed desires. I see a person who is, I see like an energy, like I feel an energy of a person that is, you're actually quite stubborn, and not in a, I mean, I don't know whether that's in a bad way. I mean, we cannot be perfect all the time, but I see, I think a crooked camera view. Oh, let's see. Okay, so I'm not entirely sure whether the camera still looks fine or not. I'm going to try and see during editing. So, yeah, can't make it better right now. But I think that how you are looking at yourself is like, it's kind of like, there are things that you are thinking about yourself or feeling about yourself that are very true. And those are the things that are something that you are very happy with about yourself. But the things that you feel uncomfortable with and think like you're not doing something like in the correct way, or you're not doing it enough, is like a very distorted version of the reality of who you are. Because if anything, you are very much a priority, you're very much praised. I see you as being someone who fights for what they want. So you feeling disconnected with yourself is not necessarily something like you're doing something bad. It's also not it's also just not true, like at least not all the time. Like I'm not saying it like, oh, you need to be better, you know, like because I don't want to make people believe that they're absolutely perfect in every single thing that they do, because everyone has their flaws. Like, even I have flaws. And I don't want to, like, I'm saying you are, of course, good enough in the way that you are, like with just being you and yourself. But I don't want to deny that there are always things that could be bettered about oneself. But there is something here that I need to say about how you are putting attention about bettering things in the wrong things, or the wrong things about yourself. So you may think that you're completely off with something like that. So you may not understand that your own personal opinion is something that you need to value, that you need to really look into, for example. Or you may think, just like I did in the past, like that was something that you should not like even consider. Like, you should only like look at how other people want things to be done. And you may feel very uncomfortable with delivering things in a way, like, for example, you're like, shit, I was too harsh. And it's like, were you really too harsh, or were they really just too kind to themselves? Because just the way that someone, like, I don't even know how to explain it, but like, I do realize that in everything that someone's, like, whatever someone says, there's always a tiny bit of truth in it. Maybe not in exactly the words that they say it, but for example, their intention is right. Their intention is good. Doesn't make anything better in what they're saying, of course, because, I mean, you know, like, watch out. Not you, but other people as well. I, for example, have felt a lot of times that being harsh or being open about how I feel, like how I was angry, was a lot of times really shunned and like just shamed, and making me feel as if I was the wrong one for speaking up, even though it actually is true. But so I was like confronted in a way, like, you are not being kind enough. But at the same time, I was also still like way too deep into the waters of, like, I don't even know what I was really getting at anymore. But let's just get back to one thing. I really don't remember what I was wanting to say, but you just kind of like I felt like a lot of times shamed or just ashamed because I did not notice how it would affect people. And that's true. Like, it doesn't necessarily mean, I mean, the way that I was talking, the way that I was speaking in the past, well, not all the time, but I could be unnecessarily harsh, like, without really speaking up about, or really being able to, I mean, that's still a little present, but I'm not, like, I have a little bit more tact, and a little more understanding of how to go forward with things, and to not necessarily, I mean, I don't do that anyways, but to judge a book by its cover just because of the first, you know, like, before I really am able to know something for sure, I need to find the patterns first. I need to have some understanding before I take a big leap of faith and just, yeah, do whatever I try to, you know, look into. So, okay, so what exactly am I going to achieve with this? Or what is the real motive behind this? like, again, I do feel like I'm not like even I am like, if you don't, like, I'm not just an INTJ, like I'm trying to express myself, and I'm only able to do that through that one wing 9. Let's see. So the one Enneagram, what MBTI is one wing 9, and we have immediately the strategic and visionary nature of the INTJ. Like, I am literally the INTJ. Let's see. Yeah, I'm sorry, you just have to deal with my low-key obsession with Enneagram and personality types. Do you want to devote their lives to something meaningful? Okay, I'm not really looking into that. Okay, one Enneagram. Okay, let's just do it like that. There's something that's being here. Basic fear of the one type is, for example, being corrupt, evil, defective. Basic desire is to be good, to have integrity, and to be balanced. Enneagram 1 with a 9 wing, the idealist. Enneagram 1 with a 2 wing, the advocate. Wants to be right. Everyone who knows me and has known me will be able to, yeah, agree with that. I always want to be right. It's not just because I want to be right. It's like, I don't want to say shit that's just shit, or be bullshit, you know? Like, if I speak up, I need to know what I'm talking about. Like, it's not just because of, like, yeah, yucky kind of stuff. Want to be right, to strive higher and improve everything, to be consistent with their ideals, to justify themselves, to be beyond criticism, so as not to be condemned by anyone. Like, something that I kind of sometimes, like, I randomly sometimes quote things at myself. And I was like, no one needs to criticize me because there's no one who does it better than I do. So, like, you know, no thank you. You know, something like that. Like, I also am very critical of myself. Maybe even you just relate to who I am as a person. Like, I will know. Like, doesn't, like, yeah. You know. Also, based on the deck that you chose, like, this is a vibe where I'm like, yo, I just want peace. I just want, like, this, let's just not get too over dramatic with colors or whatever. I just want to feel at peace and kind of balanced, and also just kind of grounded. Like, you know, like, also I'm very sensitive to colors, so but we also have, like, here we also have, like, this orangey kind of color, beige here as well, or whatever you want to call it. I call it, like, sandish beige. I don't know. Like, so many colors. Then we have, like, this little light and purplish and grayish kind of color, and also this white, yeah, flower. I don't necessarily know, like, Copia rose, but I'm not an yeah, if I just don't care about something, then I will not really put too much energy into it. Like, why did I say that? 1 second. To explain why I, you know, my special interest. I don't even know how to explain it. Sometimes I like things, sometimes I don't like things. And what I don't like is usually what I kind of just don't put my attention to. That's what I'll say. Now is the perfect time to return your wish into reality. So what I would say, like, for both as advice and also for you as a person, like, what you think you are or who you think you are is, it's a little bit, I'm hearing something. I wanted to do something. What did I want to do? Oh, right. Okay. The question was, like, who are you really? And we also have some side questions with, do you even know who you really are? And is your self-perception accurate? So there are a lot of things that you're accurate about. So let's just say you also are a 1 type or whatever, like very perfectionistic and not wanting to make mistakes, wanting to be correct and not wanting to, you know, stray too far or whatever. From, well, not just reality, but also, like, what will get us the result? I don't even know. Like, I'm not, like, let's not talk about it anymore, or let me not talk about it anymore. You do whatever you want. So your self-perception is not that off, but it's also not very too accurate. It's like you're very balanced, but sometimes you go a little bit more this way and sometimes you go a little bit more this way. It's like you kind of not really, there's this balance when it comes to your own, where you're being like very like too easy on yourself and where you're being too harsh on yourself. Like you should kind of like, ow, for fuck's sake. I stuck my elbow against the table. Okay. Fortunately enough, when I only kind of hurt my bone or stuff, yeah, that doesn't hurt that bad. I almost don't even notice it. What was I wanting to talk about? To kind of turn these things around, like to kind of put a little more effort into the things that you're kind of like, I don't really care much about that, but it's but that should be more of your priority to look into. And the other things is like, let's just kind of ease down on that. Like that's kind of, and what exactly am I talking about for the ones who try to like have a little bit more of a like a clear vision of what I'm even talking about? For some of you already know. So I mean, if you already know, no, if you already intuitively feel called to something that you should switch around. But for others of you, you're like oblivious to this information. Not everyone. I feel, again, like it's kind of balanced. So where do you, like, what should have, okay, I now understand. I'm being called again by spirit, like to, specifically spirit, like I don't even know why, but spirit is bringing me to introverted feeling again. So I suppose that there is something about the introverted feeling aspect. So if you want to know more about that, it's very beautiful. Like introverted feeling is just, everything is beautiful. Of course, every function is beautiful, but to me personally, it just explains a lot about my personality, and then I am able to accept and respect and even appreciate it for what it is. But you're putting a lot into what you are not, like, introverted feeling is not selfish. So what you want, how you feel like without cover, how you want to, like your own self-expression, that's not to be shamed or shunned. Like just because you have the experience that other people have implemented that burden onto you, which is has never even been yours to begin with. Like it's only a burden because you thought that's what's normal to be as a person. But if anything, like my mom also, like she, it's like I think I'm like from all the people in my family, I'm like nearly the only person who's not an idiot. Let's just be honest about that. Like or at least a small version, like not my entire family, like even like cousins, whatever, like I don't even know that, but my small family of like, you know, mom, dad, sisters, whatever, siblings, those are like literally all of them are just idiots. Quite literally. So I let's see. No, okay, wait. I'm kind of trying to release the thoughts or the things that I almost wanted to say into, okay, what is what I actually am supposed to say from spirit? What is what you need to hear? I'm hearing how you gave yourself up to be exactly the version of what people wanted you to be, but not who you wanted or who you actually were. So sometimes I imagine what it would be like if my mom would meet me again, or I would meet my mom again or whatever, which is from my my current perspective on at this time, it's not going to happen very soon, if ever at all, because damn, I'm at peace. Even if I'm alone, like I'm at peace, which is it's all right. It's all right. I like my peace. It's peaceful, but like, I sometimes imagine how it will be like, and she will just be shocked by how harsh I will be. And the thing is, I think that some people will immediately, like, be very, like, take it very personally and think that I'm just saying that to make them feel like shit. And it's like, I'm literally just being objective and calling the facts, like, just the way as it is. So, can you just kind of fuck off? Yeah, it's kind of like that. Like, I would not necessarily say that unless it's absolutely necessary. I'm really at the edge. Like, I usually just kind of hold back, and it's like, if it's not necessary for me to, like, I'm not really some sort of kind of like crybaby or whatever, so I wouldn't do that, like, right at the get-go. But I don't know, like, if you just feel like you're forced to, like, almost act as if, act as if you're just somebody that you're not, like, whether it has anything, like, whether you or I will be able to, like, explain it with MBTI or whatever, like, whatever makes sense to you, whatever resonates for you. Like, you've been shunning and shaming what needs to be more expressed, and what needs to be a little bit more, like, silent is exactly that, what has been so loud, which is your own inner critic, your own little inner judge. It's like, you shut the fuck up. Like, like, literally, when I have thoughts, sometimes I'm like, shut up, shut the like I get a little bit louder, and it's not because I'm not being kind with myself or whatever. It's like, this is what my brain needs to just shut up. And there are literally no hard feelings, because my brain understands. It's like, yeah, I need this. Like, sometimes I just need this, shut up. Like, not from you guys, okay? I don't, like, only I can say it, or people that are literally close to me. Otherwise, I just wouldn't understand what's happening. Anyway, so I see you as someone who is very strong mentally and physically, like, either both, or just mentally, but definitely mentally. But it's like, I mean, you can also resonate with your, being strong, like having muscles or whatever, as like physically. I mean, strong-willed. I mean, if there's a will, there's a way. That's definitely a sort of mentality that I see as, like, being suppressed. Like, you don't need to push down what you want. You don't need to say it in a way that fits more for other people. Like, why not speak in a way that is more aligned with who you are and how you naturally express yourself? So your self-perception is accurate, but also quite inaccurate. It's like there's a little bit of a disbalance there, where there needs to be some perspectives, like, if anything, like, if you like to see what works best for you, because it's going to be different for everybody. So, like, for example, if my experience or my messages resonate, and if you're like, I can actually use that information for my own benefit, like, go ahead. I mean, whatever that means. Sometimes I overthink, and I'm like, please don't copy whatever I do. Just do it in a way that is an action, or a movement out of inspiration, and not out of copying. Like, and if you start out with that because you're just so motivated, don't let the like, this desire to copy someone, like, out, like, drown out your own self. Like, just because something resonates with me as, like, for example, personality based and all this stuff, I sometimes have the tendency to act more like this or more like that, based on, like, something that inspires me. But usually I come back to myself, and it's like, and I take it little bit by bit, like, and put it a little bit more in my own way of thinking, but not copying. I don't even know how to explain. If I'm just rambling from, like, at this point, like, I don't know. Okay, let's just go on with something that I do know. But just be yourself, but don't, just like let something inspire, but just not completely take you over, as that is possibly also just not the way that you are. But let the information sink in and let yourself be a little bit more, well, I almost want to say vulnerable, but more like vulnerable in a way where it's like, be more vulnerable in the way that you express yourself. And I'm not talking necessarily about vulnerable, about like opening up as like this is how I feel and blah blah blah. Like, I mean, of course you can do that, but more vulnerable in a way like show your true self and not hold it back and just do what you think you need to do. So anything now about you that is so okay. I'm hearing the word perceptive, so that you are very I'm hearing open for to compromise or something. I don't know what this is talking about at the moment, but I wanted to say, let's see, how you're very not oblivious, how you're very observant of things around you, of yourself. I mean, we all kind of already talked about that, like being overly critical. Like, yes, being observant of yourself is a very good thing, because you can kind of check whether, like, for example, something matches up with you and your desires, or whether that actually feels true or right to you or whatever. But don't, again, there's a difference between like looking at yourself in a healthy perspective, like to make sure that you're doing the best that you can for yourself and other people, but to not forget yourself, and or the other way around, like have it balanced. I mean, you don't need to like literally scream at people because you're angry, but you can also just try and work it out. But like, I explained to someone before, just because you're being truthful and you're being honest does not mean that you're being harsh. You're just stating things the way they are, and it's not wrong for people to, get their shit together and just not follow their own little delusions, with all due respect. And I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about other people. So there's something about like following your dreams. There's something about you wanting to know more about yourself, about who you are, how you work, and or what you can do to gain better knowledge about yourself and the environment. What was this again? Number 21 again. So 21, and if you do this, it just reminds me kind of number 12, so those could be significant. Not all who wander are lost, but yes, I am. So with this, it's like, you're actually not lost, and with the 9 of Wands as well, like, you think that you're literally at the bottom, but I mean, I'm not saying that that is not true, so it could be that you're literally not doing well, but that's just because you do not understand where that burden even is coming from. You may think that it's like work or stress. I mean, I'm not saying that it isn't, but the point of where it even came from is that you are, for example, like putting others before yourself, and this can become like, so this can, like not be very healthy. Let's just say it like that. And you may literally just forget about yourself, and it's almost like, yeah, it's like, if you are not like, I feel like if you're not aligned with yourself, then it's very easy to just walk straight into depression mode. And how long that turns out, or how long that has been, or if that even is the case for you, that's of course just, like the literal diagnosis. I'm not talking about that, but you can feel depressing or depressed. That's the word I'm looking for. And I feel like you feel lost, but that's only because you really do not know what you seek to know. So there's something about you that is really wanting to know more about the world, wanting to know more about your struggles, your challenges, but also what really builds you up. So if you, for example, have like an idea for a reading or anything, like for yourself even, like it doesn't have to, like, if you have an idea and you want to share it, either whether it has anything to do with like a reading or something different, like go ahead. Maybe I'll be even like be inspired by your words, and like I'm not stating that I will, like if I feel inspired, then I will feel inspired. If I don't, then I don't. Like, I cannot control that, sorry. But if you have like an idea for like a reading that is based on like finding out more about yourself, like not just about who you are, but this is also like kind of stating like some advice that you may need to know for yourself. Like, as I said, it has been going that like kind of going on that way for like every single group, which if that's how it needs to go, then that's how it needs to go. It's kind of unplanned, but I mean, the words just kind of get out there, and I cannot take back that I'm literally like recording for like an hour and 8 minutes straight, almost 9 minutes. No one cares. Let's see. But I actually do see like, I don't see like an outside perspective, but like the truth of the situation is that you are, like, this is the first card that came out, and as this is the first card, not only are you very successful or very, I don't know about famous or in the spotlight, I mean, that's for you to just for you to know, but you are definitely someone who, if your voice is spoken, if your voice is spoken, if you speak, then you are not entirely wrong, and you may even, I don't know, like, kind of put yourself down to, like, I just want to say, everyone has a voice and everyone has something to share, and there is always something that people say that where truth is hiding. Whatever you have to say is filled with truth and with knowledge and with wisdom, and people want to hear that. Not only do they want to hear that, but they need to hear that, because it actually brings them back to their senses. It actually, like, even you, it brings you back to your sense. So for example, like, you, let's just say you are literally also an INTJ, or you're also like someone who really wants to get to the point of whatever. So I don't know, extroverted thinking is also present, which is like doing, acting, and, well, not acting like faking things, but like taking action. And also like, how do we solve a problem? How do we go further? That's, I did not know that was the way I was, but whatever it is, like, you can also just look up these personality types and find out for yourselves. I mean, it's not like you're dumb. You can find out your personality in a few seconds. Like, you don't need to lower your expectations about your own understanding of yourself and other people or whatever. Anyway, it could be that you literally need advice from people who are just like you. Not because you do not know these things already, but sometimes you need like this reminder of like what it actually is, and that it's okay to be this way, and it's okay to express what you need to express, whatever it is, even if it's just your own feelings, even if it's just your disappointment. Like, there's something that you need to express, and something you're just really putting down because it's like there are only a few steps ahead, and it's almost like you will not, like, you're coming closer and closer to your own truth. And the more you embrace that, I feel like there's also this thing where you even learn to embrace more of the truth around you, and not just about yourself. Like, the more that you accept yourself, the more that you are able to accept what is around you, and other people and stuff like that. Because we literally, if we do not accept ourselves, we project that shit onto other people and other situations. Because it's not that these things are actually bad, but we perceive it as bad because we perceive ourselves as bad. I don't know if you understood what I was trying to say with that, but we tend to do that. We tend to, like, how we view ourselves is also very much and very often put outward in a way that we are not even aware of. So let's just say you have bad experience with something, and then something close to that, or something kind of related to that, or even unrelated, and you immediately are pessimistic about the experience because you experienced it badly before. Like, it can of course also be experienced, but just know that if you're looking at yourself in a way where it's like, I could be better or whatever. I mean, I'm not saying you can't be better. Of course we can always be better, but it's not in a way like we always need to be just better for others. We also need to be better for ourselves, because if we don't do it for ourselves, the others are also not going to experience it. As I said before, like, we push those things outward. And that's why a lot of people with extroverted feelings struggle with not always mental health issues, like, for example, like attention seeking or narcissistic personality disorder. I don't want to be too much on that. I'm just trying to say, like, as in an objective way, because they have such low introverted feeling, for example, and then it's very difficult for them to actually kind of go to the bottom of themselves instead of going toward other people. Like, because we may think that they are just literally being selfish, but they have no clue. They're literally being, well, I cannot say selfless, but I can say that they really are not doing it, well, I cannot speak for everyone, of course, but many of them do not even notice that they're doing it, or that they're having such a bad impact, because they don't even notice what is happening within them as well. I don't know, maybe this could be relevant or significant for you to know. I'm here, like, for some reason, I was reading this, now is the perfect time to turn your wish into reality, and for some reason, my mind just went, now is the perfect time to turn to your own personality, or something like that, to, like, who are you really? I think that if you would, like, whatever resources it is, like, it could be through anything, whatever is helpful to you could be, helpful, literally what I just said. The knowledge you seek is seeking you. There are no distorted versions of reality. This reminds me of, like, you can always seek what you want the most. Like, it's very much close to you, and you can just grab it by well, I don't imagine, like, someone just grabbing their own heart and being like, what do you want? Like, because, the second they do that, I feel like they have a lot of difficulties, like, breathing, which is, like, maybe a symptom that happens when someone dies. Don't want that to happen, so, yeah, like, have fun figuring that out. Anyway, I kind of don't know what I'm talking about anymore. So now I'm gonna get to, I don't really know, like, so who are you really? Like, I don't know if I have the tendency to be, like, to try and put something in, like, a short sentence, even though that doesn't happen quite often, unless I'm, like, entirely sure of, like, of the understanding of it. I feel like you're very strong. Like, if you, for example, feel like you're just like me or whatever, I don't know why you will think that, but if there is a reason for it, or a feeling, whatever, then, what did I want to say? Like, very strong-willed and very powerful. Like, you have a voice, you're not alone. And for some of you, I'm even hearing, like, yeah, well, kind of wish that I was, though. Well, that actually makes a little bit of sense, like, because maybe you need to put a lot more energy into, like, for example, like, taking a time out and reflecting on who you are, instead of letting other people, like, give you stupid advice. Not because they are, like, necessarily stupid or whatever, but it's not the advice for you. Just because something helps someone else does not mean that it will be for everyone. That's why it's very necessary to have so many multiple people to be able to, like, there's something, like, as I said, like, I have a specific website for my tarot interpretations and stuff, like, for help when it comes to certain interpretations of my own questions, and it very clearly gives me, like, an answer that it's not necessarily what I'm looking for, but it vibes immediately. It's like, right, that makes a lot of sense. That feels right to me. So, and for some other people, it's like, what the hell is this even about? Like, so you may need to look up something different for you to understand it in your own way. So to be different from other people and to have your own set of, like, what works for you it's not a bad thing. So, what daily practice am I looking to develop? So these cards are like, they have two things, like this has like an inquiry, like a question. This here is like an affirmation. I am finding my hands again. And with this here being like, it almost reminds me of like, how can I create? How can I practice? How can I am finding my hands again. Like, how can you do something that has more to do with you? Like, what can you practice for yourself? Like developing a habit that actually is very, like a very healthy habit, like something that you can do for yourself that is, that's there for you to make sure that's there to make sure that you are aligning or being reminded of you and what you need to put your attention to. Whether you are an extroverted feeler, introverted feeler, whatever matches up with you, with your personality or with who you are. It's it's you do you, whatever aligns with you. I'm suddenly being reminded of like no, that's not recent. That's like been more like a year ago, I think. Someone asked me in the comments before, like something about a dream interpretation, and I'm being reminded of it. And I always say, like, I always am like just dream meanings and all that stuff. Like, it's interesting if you have no clue about it at all. But I have found out that dream interpretations are not necessarily a common thing. Like, what do I mean? It's not something that resonates with every single person, because guess what? Our brains are wired differently, and our experiences and our thoughts, like for example, just because one person likes roses does not mean that the other one likes, or even is able to be near such things. And this person that likes it is like filled with happiness or with joy when it comes to roses, and the other person is like, I am terrified of them because whatever allergic reaction or whatever. And so like they dream of roses, both dream of roses, but it's going to be a completely different kind of dream. I mean literally, but completely different meaning behind it, because it's not about like this is for everyone, this is just how everyone works. No, that's not how it goes. Like, everyone is different. So there is like, so you dreamt of roses and you do not like them, or you're terrified or whatever of them, then there is something that, like, I don't know, like it's gonna be like, you know, different for everyone. There is just like this huge emphasis on like, you are not just supposed to be just like everyone else. You're supposed to be exactly the way you are, and not needing to put yourself or give yourself or try to understand something that just does not work for you personally. There are also different ways, something that's better for you, something that works without too many issues. Like, there's too much depth to explain how you, as a simple, like, well, not simple, but like as just an energy, like there are many people, like I cannot say many as in like 1,000 people, like who knows, like what do I know, but there are so many different people, and it's going to be different for everyone. So if something resonates for you, then it resonates. But don't take this, for example, if there's something that I mentioned and you kind of, I don't know, like some people, like I've read comments before, like not on my channel, but on some, like that they have the tendency to kind of like space out during your reading, on like the specific reading, like, well, because it likely was either just their energy, and yeah, or that's the topic of their energy, I don't know. or that, or it could be that the reason why they spaced out, or why, like, for sometimes I just go into the bathroom, but I let the reading play in the background, and it's like, sometimes there's something mentioned that I did not notice, but that was because, not always, but because I was not meant to hear that anyway. So that was just unnecessary information for me, but maybe it was right information for someone else. If I'm doing the over-explaining thing, just know, I do that because I also know, like, something cannot just easily be explained, like, especially for me. Like, sometimes I need, like, different subtitles, you know, just, you know, it's like, we speak a different language, babe. Like, we need a different, I need to hear my own language to understand, and I'm trying, you know, does not mean that I will always succeed, but I'm trying my best to explain it in multiple ways, or as best as I can. So anything else about, like, right, this was about, like, this was about, like, advice, anything that you still need to hear or know about yourself. Come on, please work with me, thank you. So, yeah, what do you need to hear / know about yourself? We have, what helps me declutter my mind? And we have, I'm writing out my thoughts to gain clarity. This could literally be a way for you to gain more knowledge. The thing is, if you're wondering where you can gain that knowledge, where you can learn about that more, like, I mean, I've already called up some resources, some things, like, for example, the MBTI shift, but that's more like me. But there's also this reading, for example, or you trying to reflect on it in a way that is more personal, has nothing to do with other people's advice. See what works for you. Even if it's something like writing down, like, I, for example, I try to not write down too much of my anger, for example, in my notes or whatever, because it may trigger me literally to, like, kind of read about that again. But at the same time, it could also kind of unlock or unblock something that has been blocked. And that's maybe this first step to communicating more, even if it's like me being, for example, triggered by it, could also be because I just don't like to express that outwardly in any way, like, anyway. So oh, this is interesting. I'm listening to a song from Billie Eilish, what's it called? Happier Than Ever, and she's, like, saying, like, to write myself, what did she say, actually? Come on. Yeah, okay. Give me a day or two to think of something clever, to write myself a letter. That's the sentence that I just heard. I'm going to the next song because no, otherwise I'll be distracted by it. But writing yourself a letter or something like that could be significant, relevant for some of you. Can I please have one more card as for what else group 3 needs to know about, hear or know about themselves? You're more than what you were shamed to be. How can I claim authority over my life? Yeah, you are the one who's ruling your life. Like, I mean, I can understand if you're, like, underage, or, I mean, like, if you're still, like, a teenager, a kid or whatever, I mean, but if you were a kid, then what the hell are you doing here? Okay, I should not have phrased it like that. But I mean, I'm not gonna expect, like, a kid. Like, I literally watch my YouTube, it's, like, usually people above the 20 or 30, so I'm safe. I hope. How can I claim authority over my life? Permission. I am giving myself permission. Okay. I like how, by the way, here we have a black kind of card, here we have, like, a white kind of card, and here we have a black and white card. So it's like finding balance of who you are, like, not just being here, not just being there, but to be, like, to try and find a balance. But what I will say first is, like, maybe it's a little bit necessary. For me, it was necessary to be completely selfish at the beginning. even if I really felt very uncomfortable with that, but it did give me more insight, and then I would like gradually like kind of fade into like this balance. But that was just for me. I'm just saying, like, if that would work for you, not in a way of like being selfish, like being mean or just taking and taking whatever, but to like really put almost all your attention to you and what you need at the moment. And then you'll be able to like kind of sway back into a balance. Like you'll be able to do both and find sort of like a space in between, to not be too much this, to not be too much that. So let's see if is there anything else like what you need to know about yourself, or who you really are. So the truth of who you really are has nothing to do with being someone else's puppet or someone else's comfort. It has to do with being your own comfort and finding and relying more on what is right to you, what feels true to you, what comforts you, what brings you closer to yourself. Because we don't need to necessarily, like, I mean, of course, I mean, in the more literal sense, of course there are people who need help, and I'm not saying help is not something that you need or something that you should ask, but if we all be able, like, there are people who just act like they need help, but in all honesty they are just acting foolishly, they're just acting childishly, they just want to not take responsibility for what they are doing themselves. And that is okay to let yourself know that they are very much a capable being who is very much able to care for and be responsible for themselves. And if you are not able to do it, or you're not obliged to do it, then you'll just be like, you know what, this is not my problem anymore. If you want to keep on doing this, then you don't need to be the fool who does it for them. Then they can look for somebody else who does it, and then they will find out the same things like you do, and also have them, if the loop is going to go on, at least let it end, or for yourself. Okay, what am I saying here? If they are not going to change, you don't need to rely on them for changes for yourself. You can start to rely on yourself and focus on what you need, and not think that a prince on a white horse is going to save you. Not to, I'm just saying it to slightly be sarcastic about it, just saying Cinderella does not need to wait for Prince Charming to save her. She can also very much save herself if she just got the courage and stood up for herself. Because taking care of yourself and being responsible, that does not mean that you are literally don't need help and completely confident. It just means being more assertive with what is what is right and what you deserve. But you understand, and you know that you know that very well. It's just hard for you to take the first step when you don't really even know where to start, and I get that. It's just I feel like the first step or first thing for you to realize here is that you are not forced to live a life that is not true to you, just because other people are not happy with it. You can also be assertive for yourself, to stand up for yourself. That does not mean that you need to push people out of your life. Not always is that the case. Sometimes it's just a little bit of a a shift for yourself to push yourself toward rescuing yourself out of a situation that is not necessary. How other people deal with it, that is their response. That's their own choice. But how you deal with it, you don't need to feel like the way that other people act is based on your actions. Because let's just be honest, what in heaven's name have you done wrong? It's not like you did something horrible to them. And let's just say, even if you did, like, you should not, like, in a way, like, just like in the past, you know, that doesn't mean that you need to trick yourself based on guilt or based on whatever. Like, even if the consequences are there, like, even if it was something, even if you did do something, like, not for everyone, of course, then I'm just saying, like, even with that, you do not need to treat yourself like shit in a way. Like, I'm not saying, like, really bad stuff. Like, just take responsibility for your own actions and for your own choices that you make right now. Like, you cannot change what you did in the past, but you can definitely have an impact and choose what you are doing at the moment for yourself and also for others. So, group 3, that's all I have for you. So I hope you enjoyed this reading, and if you did, I hope you'll be back for another reading with me soon. Hi, group 4, welcome to your reading. So we're going to get started with the tarot and later on also some oracle cards and find out who are you really. Do you know who you are? Is your self-perception accurate? Okay. So I'll be shuffling these cards and like take like around like 3 to 6 cards, somewhere in between there. Whatever feels right, whatever needs to be there, and we'll see. Well, whether you know who you truly are. All right. So. Who are you really? Not too many. Okay. Okay. Oh, no. Nice try. We're not going to do that again. In case you're wondering what I'm talking about, I've tried to do this reading, the intro, at least before, more than once before. And it ended up not being, well, me needing to rest because I was too upset about well, I was not really in the right mind space anymore to do this reading. Let's just say it like that. We have the Devil in reverse, okay? I'm immediately hearing in my head, like, you're not a bad person. Like, stop it. You're not a bad person. Also not a bad soul. You also don't have a bad personality. You're not an absolute idiot. Although there are certainly people who can definitely represent themselves in that way. But for some reason, it's apparently not you. But, I mean, we can all act like an idiot. Even I act like an idiot. But that's not meant as, like... I use the word idiot a lot more when I'm, like, joking or something. Not when I'm literally... Like, if I'm angry, I'm not going to call someone an idiot. Because that's not going to get results, if that makes any sense. But in my head, I might be thinking... Okay, anyway, Okay, we have the Page of Pentacles upright. You really are not a bad person. Are you fucking kidding me? Maybe a bit naive. but that doesn't, at times, but that doesn't mean, you know, a bad person, a bad, not very intelligent person will be doing things on purpose, knowing what they're doing is not really correct. And probably don't even care about it not being correct. I'm not talking about things that people may perceive as not right, but in actuality, it's just them not getting what they want, so they, whatever, social expectations and shit. Like, I don't know what this is about yet, but okay. Four of Cups in reverse. I really understand why I've tried, like you don't know how many times I had to put this deck back into the box, back onto this onto the clear quartz thingy here. I've lost count, but complexity is not a bad thing, because maybe it's just you don't understand yourself or why you do certain things. And I'm not saying, again, like I said, everyone can be crap sometimes. We're not perfect. We're not perfect little angels, but that doesn't make us devils or evil people or whatever. We are allowed to do so. Learning from the mistakes and all that stuff. I wanted to say something, but I kind of forgot what. Yeah, just because you do not understand yourself, that does not mean that you need to treat yourself as if, well, would you treat someone else like this? Do you even know what I'm talking about? Nor I know what we're talking about. Well, I know, but I don't know whether you know what I'm talking about. That's the thing. Four of Cups in reverse, huh? My gosh. Perfectionistic much? Let's see what else needs to be. We have a lot of reverse cards. The Hierophant in reverse. I actually feel, which with the other cards are usually at like 4, I think. With this one, I feel like getting 5 cards. I'm hearing in my mind, I think it's coming from Spirit. I mean, if that resonates or whatever, I'm hearing from Spirit, like, something about, like, wait, what was it again? Something about being rough, or it's okay to be rough. It's okay to be in a rough situation or just feel rough, as if it's just difficult. Not everyone is gonna be is gonna resonate with that. I just want to mention that, but let's just see. Okay, and we have the Knight of Wands upright. I'm hearing you're allowed to dislike things. I think Spirit is coming through quite a lot because Spirit, I think Spirit is kind of helping me to maybe words of affirmation actually work for you. Like it's actually something that is soothing to you, or helps you see things clearer. Like even from the vibe that I got with like just the purple floor, right? and with your with the stack of oracle cards, I even felt like this really gentle and very kind vibe. Like just because we're having a difficult time does not mean that we're not allowed to have a difficult time, that we're not allowed to have it rough, and to take the time and take all the time and space you need to kind of let everything just sink in. Interesting. Let it sink in. Did something happen? Like a sort of abrupt change or something? So we have the Devil in reverse. We have the Page of Pentacles upright. We have the Four of Cups in reverse. We have the Hierophant in reverse. And we have the Nine of Wands upright. Whew. And immediately I start yawning. Now, like I'm actually quite glad that I'm doing the reading right now and not not before, because I would not have had the right mindset, as I already said. Just give me a moment to kind of analyze this. I'm definitely getting this feeling as if I do not need to repeat everything that has happened in some way. Like I feel like there will be, like, how do I even explain? It's like an entire storyline, like reading it like an entire book and having difficulty with like trying to go over step 1, step 2, step 3, or like the first page and the second page, like trying to get all of that information together. Like I feel like maybe you like yourself do not really want to either linger on those little details or whatever has happened, or maybe you just do not pay much attention to that, but it's just a vibe that feels like really unordered, you know, like chaotic or messy. But I'm not saying it in a like I just want to mention right off the get go that I don't mean that you are like messy or unordered. I mean, like, we can be in such a state, but that's not your personality, that's not who you are. But that's the kind of vibe that I'm getting at the moment. And I think that I may even like with the other groups, I was able to just kind of immediately kind of grasp the situation and then go on to the oracle cards. I think I may lay them down a little bit earlier. Don't know exactly when, but that's not really a time thing. That's just whenever I feel I need to. Okay, so the Devil in reversed. The Devil usually talks about addictions, obsessions, attachments, like unhealthy attachments, unhealthy behavior. It can be, let me just get something to help my Did I just... Okay. For a second, I thought I'd shake the camera. Let's see. So attachment, temptation, addiction, distractions, bondage, delusions. I'm having a little rookie made by myself for myself guidebook. Distraction, bondage, delusions, deception, toxicity, limiting beliefs, ego, self, shadow self, restriction, desire, lust, unhealthy habits, unhealthy relationships, entrapment. I just want a little bit of a reminder because my brain is trying to understand, but yeah, anyway, the devil, no, not wears Prada, come on. Breaking from addictions, freedom from restraints. Oh, my brain suddenly made like this random update with new information implemented in it. I did just mention something about like, did something change, like some sort of like situation, like I mean, this does not necessarily have, like, this is not like literally you as a person, but I feel like there is something that has made you like doubtful, questioning like your reality, questioning yourself and whether your decisions have been right and correct. And now I understand, like, right, like we have the devil in reverse, so it's like this freedom from these restrictions. And like I also picked up on, like, I don't need to mention all the details of whatever has happened here, because I feel like whatever has happened here is, well, I don't know, to me it's, well, okay, at the beginning it was not quite obvious. Still needed to kind of process what's happening in front of me right now. The devil is pretty much saying, like, you got yourself, I don't know how the heck you did it, because it's not easy to get yourself out of a situation that was very harmful to you, that was actually doing you more harm than good. And I'm also feeling like maybe it has left you a little bit like emotionally numb, or just a little bit just confused with the situation, as if 10 topics were like thrown at your head and you need to like immediately understand everything in 1 second. It's like, what the heck just happened? You know, it's like too much information, or like you need to just like first like kind of like as I said, like let it sink in. You are not a bad person, for flip's sake. You are really not a bad person. If anything, I'm honestly so fucking proud of you. Like, this is, like, I'm sorry, but I'm used to idiots. I'm not saying that, like, I'm used to people, family, even friends, putting themselves in more risky and bad situations. Like it's still happening at this very moment. And I don't even know how to even explain to them that they're just ruining their own life for the sake of like society, or what they think is right, but is in all honesty just an attempt to not get themselves into an unnecessary, which is by the way not very unnecessary at all, conflict, because of their own perception, or because of their own will for freedom, their desire. I'm being reminded of, okay, I was being reminded of like Detroit Become Human. You don't even need to know what I'm talking about, but it's like a very realistic looking, like an aesthetic video game about robots and them turning into deviance, or another word, embracing freedom and not bowing to the whims of others. That's an Astarian quote. that's a Baldur's Gate Astarian quote. Like, you don't need to know what I'm talking about, but once you do, you know what I'm talking about. I'm done bowing to the whims of others. And then that annoying other character was like, never say never. Like, this is almost like the response of people or like almost like people responding to you actually finding your voice, being like, yeah, I'll just make fun of your voice, like, to get back at you, or, you know, to just piss you off even more. Whether they've succeeded with that, I have no clue. Maybe you didn't even know until I just, like, until now that I mentioned it. And if that's the case and it's pissing you off, well, I apologize. But I think, well, in any case, I feel like that could, like, I don't really feel like it's, like, necessarily, like, there to, you know, I feel like this could only be a reminder for you that you made the right decision. And I'm honestly, like, making such a decision is fucking hard. Excuse me for swearing, but that's my, that happens when, yeah, well, when I'm passionate about something, or just, passion, that's passionate, it's the word. And I feel like this slow vibe here, as like this energy, as if things are, as if I'm not able to, like, I'm talking a lot slower at the moment than I don't actually know. I have not really noticed, like, my speed in voice and speech, like, in the last readings. But I mean, I feel like there was a reason why I needed to be, like, absolutely ready, because I was reminded, my brain or spirit possibly, or my amazing soul, which is literally also spirit, because we all are spirits. Okay, anyway, reminded me. Yeah, I literally just forgot what I wanted to say. Just a moment. Right, that this, that there's something about this, having this, like, this little teensy tiny thing of, like, it could be that I myself may be drawn to this group. Not because I'm, like, literally in this same situation myself at the moment, at least not that I'm aware of. I'll figure it out soon enough, I suppose. Like, we always have something to grow from, you know, and to get rid of, that could be bad for you. Also, for some reason, I cannot listen to any other song. It's not even actually, like, an official song. It's just apparently, like, an unofficial song, or you know, like, people, like, on TikTok or whatever, like, just kind of sing a song that they that they like, made themselves, but there's no music or whatever added in there. So someone, like, literally made, like, this entire, like, amazing music to it. I feel like, what is it called? Unhinged by Elise Myers and Jason Swanson. So yeah, he kind of remixed it a little bit and made a really cool song out about it. But it's like, I mean, you can literally just look it up. I mean, it's, like, literally says unhinged, unofficial, unofficial, yeah, what's, sorry, one sec. Let's see, what was it called? Unhinged by Elise Myers, unofficial version. Yeah, Jason Swanson, and it's like 2 minutes and 26 7 or 27 seconds or something like that. It's really, I really liked it. Like I'm literally listening to it right now, so obviously I must like it for in one way or another. All right, but that reminds me as well. Like it's like I'm sick of your games. Like I'm done playing whatever. Just like I don't really know how to explain, but it just fits well. Like I couldn't like, it just didn't really immediately connect to my brain that it could be significant or relevant. But anyway, I see you like as a person, like the truth of who you are. The first thing that I said was like, you are not a bad person. And I literally had no idea where it came from. I mean, usually I know it's just from spirit. I'm like, what? Huh? Details, please. I don't understand context at the moment. I'm literally just, I'm honestly like I'm seeing a beautiful, beautiful soul in front of me. Like I'm actually just with don't tell the others. Don't tell the other groups. But with most, it's like it was more advice than being able to really tell them much about their, I'm hearing personality in my head, but I wanted to say much about who they really are. And I feel it could be, I mean, at least with, I remember that specifically with like, yeah, okay, for like it has been, I mean, I mean, I don't really know where I was wanting to get at. Like I keep thinking about 10 different things at once. The Hierophant Hierophant. I'm so sorry, tarot freaks. Hierophant. I don't honestly give that big of a fuck. Now, we have Four of Cups in reverse. I'm hearing the word stagnancy, but I don't necessarily know whether that's factually accurate. Wait. I just saw something. It says here, in reverse position, the Devil card signifies the Devil's reversed meaning, which includes a favorable transformation. I'm hearing I'm like my brain is literally loving this reading. Like my, if you would feel like maybe it's not necessarily like, this is not necessarily just coming from me. This is I'm feeling spirit, guys. I'm feeling your soul. I feel like everyone is so fucking proud of you. Like you most likely to most definitely have experienced trauma with whatever this was, like, and I like, I'm even hearing like the trauma got worse because I'm hearing chose to stay. So I'm actually seeing a situation where you looped in this trauma so much. Like, it's even, for some, it will even be a wonder that you ever even got out of this. Like, people are like, it's like, I'm not saying that you were too weak or whatever to handle this or to actually take care of yourself. But sometimes something can get so deep that it's the worse, like the more you, like the deeper you dig like this grave, the more likely it is that you will not be able to crawl back out of it once it's so deep. Like it may just be very, very difficult to get out of it. And I just I literally cannot lie and just be like, oh, you're so amazing, and be too well, sometimes cringe about it. That's just how I feel about it, okay? Like when I do something like that, I cannot get overly sentimental, emotional, and I mean, I'm not really overly emotional, but I can definitely feel that, I mean, you still have a road to go, right? You still have a long road to go, but I'm not saying that as if this experience, as if this change, as if this turnaround has had no impact and is not, like, I'm literally struggling to find the words, maybe because my meds have run out. Okay, I'll just read whatever else it says with the Devil card reversed. The imperative to release all that is detrimental to one's health and well-being, breaking free from unhealthy attachments. I'm honestly, the more I read this, I'm like to get rid of unhealthy attachments. It's such an important topic to me. It's honestly, like, I can definitely relate to that. Like, I mean, I'm not saying that I literally spent my entire life up to like the age of like 80, which it's not really, I'm not 80 at all, you know, but you know what I mean? It's like, it's not like I literally spent my entire life in such a situation, but it can definitely, like, a few years growing up can feel like a lifetime, making you feel, or not feel, but making you seem more mature, for example, than your age may than your age may then one may think. Okay, I don't even know where I'm getting at anymore. Like, you seem a lot more well experienced. That's what you are. I don't know. Like, I feel like I need to say, like, you're like a definite survivor. Like, in, like, this is it's broad. I don't even know how to explain. Like, I'm trying to find the right words and it's not working very well. There we go. Burping. That's necessary. Burping, yawning, breathing, and yes, also farting are all ways of releasing bad shit. Whether it's literal shit or not literal shit. I'm actually talking more about like it's release. It's letting go of what does not serve you. And like, I'm trying to get out of my admiration phase at the moment, but please have patience while I try to do to get out of it. The imperative. Yeah, it's the necessity to release all that is detrimental to one's health. What is, yeah, it's not good for you. Like, ooh, it's difficult, especially with the Devil in reverse. Like, but for some reason, I'm looking a lot like at the Four of Cups and at the Page of Pentacles, as if the Page of Pentacles at the moment, it reminds me of like family or people that are related to you. For whatever reason, I just feel like, or people your age, people who have the same skin tone or complexion as you have, people who are somewhat who look or are like you. Yeah, but like, I don't think that like, I mean, if you, for example, think that you're just like, I'm hearing your peers, if you're just like the people that you grew up with who have treated you like this, the answer is no. I'm not even able to explain much on how or why or what or whatnot, but I just saw 33 on the timing when I of this video. Wait, like, this card is a little bit Okay. Like, yeah, no, I do not feel the necessity or the urge or whatever. I'm not driven to go over all the details what has happened to you, because I mean it can be different for, like, I mean maybe a lot of people are drawn to this specific reading, um, and um, and that will also mean that not everyone always has like the very same story, but definitely the very same impact, or whatever the story is, it was not healthy. It has hurt you more than helped you. And it may even feel very strange to feel like as if you're out of touch with reality in a way, because you're not in the same situation anymore as before. So it's like very unfamiliar territory, as if like maybe this is a little like too uncomfortable and all that stuff, because it's like, well, I'm used to just drowning in dirt, and now I'm suddenly clean. Like, what is this even like? And you know, something like that. So, Four of Cups in reverse. It does remind me of something, but I need a little bit of help by my phone. Like, I'm not necessarily cheating. Like, I'm just looking for the right word that is, well, missing from my brain at the moment. Oh, true, right. Of course. Yeah, like, I need those reminders. Maybe because I'm tired. Anyway. So, well, the Four of Cups can really, like, in general, signify, like, well, often people see it as the card is like, nah, bored, like it's, you know, like you have to choose between three things or whatever that are all the same things. Like it's all kind of boring. Like you want something new, you want something different. But by being so absorbed by one's, being so distracted by the, okay, firework outside. But by being, the Four of Cups is like, I'm so distracted by my, well, unhappiness or my unsatisfaction that I cannot see the opportunities that I have to do that actually is available to me, that could literally be that what I was wanting the entire time, but like being completely focused on something else. And that's like the kind of the difficulty. Like, but with the Four of Cups being in reverse, it's like, it can make this kind of interpretation even more extreme, as in, like, it can also be like holding things back and not opening up and all that stuff. But with the Four of Cups in reverse, I feel like this could even be talking about like trying to do the very much opposite, like being more willing to actively seek out, I'm hearing new experiences. Okay, that's very, very, very specific. Like, that's not at all what I wanted to say about the Four of Cups, actually. But it also says here is like, it signifies a shift from self-absorption and stagnation to interest, motivation, and seizing new opportunities. Yeah, you are breaking free from the rut you have been in and becoming more proactive in pursuing your goals and desires. Wow. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I kind of know that already, but the words, they're so confirming in a way. Like, I sometimes feel like when I like need that little like tiny extra help, because I already know, like, for reversal, sometimes I'm like, wait, please help me out a little bit. My brain is yeah, kind of um having a few glitches or whatever. So I need to kind of help myself in that way. And sometimes I'm like, I hope people don't view me as like being a fake tarot reader. But that literally is just like a representation of my own fear, right? It doesn't necessarily have anything to do with other people. But anyway, maybe that very message that what I just said, it could be significant, relatable in some way, or it could be helpful. That if you have fears about certain things or people or whatever, it's basically something that it doesn't necessarily have to be like a true reality. It can also be you perceiving things that way because you only have experience with such things, and like your like fear is kind of like holding you back, trying to protect you. Now anyway, the Hierophant, the Knight of Wands. I do want to say that you may even come to realize that you are not as introverted or as shy or maybe even, well, I don't know about laid back, but like this held back at all. Like maybe you had to do that in order to survive, in order to feel safe. You know, yeah, if you know, you know. I see you breaking free from restrictions, breaking free from whether it's self-inflicted restrictions or habits or attachments, or whether this is based on other people, yeah, having a, like, having you, like, go through bad experiences, or both. I mean, we're all able, we're able to do both of it. Like we're not, the the possibilities are unlimited. But no, just I'm honestly kind of struggling. I mean, I'm doing something that's better than nothing. I think that you're going to realize that you've been in the rut for long enough, and that you have shut yourself down and allowed yourself to be taken advantage of, your abilities, your you being alive, you know. Just I feel like it just had like a very deep impact on you and who you are, and not knowing what you even were made for, or what you even were meant to do, what you even want to do. And I feel like now you suddenly have like this big ass world in front of you, and you're like, so what am I doing now? What am I gonna do? Like I'm suddenly like this free, and I have like for some of you could also be free from a certain no, okay, I mean, I'm hearing the word occult stuff, like that could be, I don't know, but free from forced, what's that word? Forced, like beliefs or something like that. Forced, like believe, what's that word? There's a specific word for it. God darn it. I mean, yes, God, you could like having grown up in an environment that believes in a certain entity, certain being, and maybe for the first time, like being free from that kind of restriction and being able to explore what you believe, what you align with, you know, and like you will find out that you're actually a lot more willing to be spontaneous and outgoing, and well, outgoing, I don't know, but or not willing, but you will notice you behaving differently it's almost like you have this like all or nothing attitude, or this you only live once, as if like really appreciating the freedom that you have, as if it's a gift from the heavens, you know what I mean? Maybe finding your tribe is also something that you may really enjoy doing. So I had some difficulty with explaining like who I really think you are, like who you think you are. It's not really about at the moment. I feel like it's more about who you thought you were. And that was a victim who would like for always, like forever, like stay a victim. Or you may perceive, like not for everyone, you may perceive or may have perceived yourself as someone who is too small and naive and weak to face the world for what it is. Like I'm being reminded of like Tangled, the movie Tangled, like the Disney movie with Rapunzel. Like it really feels like that. Like maybe some of you can actually or are freaking out because that's quite literally, or just in as a situation, like maybe you really, that's very, very significant or just very relatable, because it's literally almost just the very same experience that you've had, but definitely people who just made you believe things and made you feel as if you are so very insignificant, and as if, I don't know, like maybe that's literally like the way that I'm kind of like talking, or like how I'm just not really getting, well, I don't know about getting to the point, but maybe you or some of you feel like, hey, I talk like that too, or that's how I used to behave, or maybe that's kind of how your brain will kind of how your brain kind of how you perceive it, but are not really necessarily able to express it very well. I feel like you're still at the like the stage in your, like in the stage of your life, at the moment you're in this at a stage in your life where you are suddenly so free to explore your own environment, so free to just believe in whatever you want to believe. It feels like the ultimate freedom. For some of you, I'm like being given like the mental picture of like grandparents or ancestors or something like that, like just really not even cheering you on only, but also just like looking at you as if you are like a very unique and special and just very significant and very important magical being who needs to be cherished in some way. But not in a way where it's like we need to protect you or save you, but also in a way it's like you are very much capable of living. You are very much capable of taking care of the things, of doing what you want to do, of achieving your dreams. Like, it's, of course, you're going to be supported. But I feel like there's also like this gift of you, like, just not having given up at all, that brought you here. And that just, like, people spirits, anyone can just not do anything else but respect you, you know, like there's no, it's difficult to explain. It's just difficult to explain. Like, even people find it difficult to explain. Like, maybe people see changes in you, like we see that you've grown and like had some sort of glow up or whatever, or glow down. I don't know. So let's see if there's anything else that the oracle cards want to add here. So we have fifth dimension, dimension. I was reading ascending and dimension once. Number 5, which 5 is very much like the number that reminds me of change, like real change, transformation. You are ascending. Be gentle and nourish your human form at this time. Exist in a state of love, not fear. Yeah. Like, this is also advice, but at the same time, it kind of confirms what I've been saying before. At least that's how I perceive it, because it's just difficult to explain sometimes, especially during this reading. But I hope, in any case, that you're still able to understand what the heck I'm talking about. I feel like one beautiful thing that you are able to do at this moment, or will be able to do very soon, is actually feel a lot of pride and be shamelessly yourself, as if you really do not feel constricted or restricted in any way, not even like just, I'm not saying like shine, but I mean, shyness can always be there, but it feels like you're not even ashamed, you're not even afraid to be yourself, to experience, to explore, as if you're a child who is seeing the world for the first time and is like, I want to know, you know. I just feel, yeah, it just has been robbed of you, like this experience has been robbed from you, like taken from you from the very start. And I mean, forgiveness is, of course, something not just for other, like not really necessarily for other people, but also for yourself. Like, forgiveness will release burdens, you know, but at the same time, fuck those people who did all of this to you. Anyway, your instincts are good. You know the way. See, like I really told you, I just a few minutes ago, everyone is like spirit, God, whatever they all are, like, of course we're going to help you, but you are very much capable of living. It's not like you need constant 24/7 support. It's like you are ready to support yourself, and you know what you want, you know what you need, and you know what is right and know what is wrong. Even if you may sometimes doubt that very thing, whether you're right or wrong, whether you've made the right decision. I mean, I'm not gonna say, okay, like, be too prideful about it in a way where it's like, forget that there are still new things to learn. But still, but always know that you are quite invincible. Not invisible, what they may have made you feel like, but invincible. And you are a power to be reckoned with. Then we also have, forever and wherever you will go, the choice is always yours to vibrate high or vibrate low. I love that. Number 4 as well. Like, I don't think I need to explain much more. All this is kind of like saying is like, you, as I just said, like, you know, it's not like, let's not stay in this position of like, we already know everything. I'm not saying that you are, but I'm just trying to say it's always good to stay open-minded and to not let yourself be stuck in a significant like way of thinking, because that may actually be a hard slap in the face when you realize like, oh, it's may need to calm down a little bit. Not everyone. I felt called to mention that, but it's not a message for every single person watching or / listening. I feel like this also kind of gives me a feeling like speak up. Open up about how you feel, open up about how, like, your expression, like, be out there, like, let yourself be known, like, you have so much to explore, and your story is far from over yet. And I don't know, I just feel like with the Knight of Wands is like a character, like a person who is like very much ready for adventure, you know. And the Hierophant is like in reverse, reminds me of at this moment, in this context, reminds me of like I'm free of restriction, in a way of like needing to bow down to the whims of others, or feeling like I'm being reminded of like this slightly kind of horror horror game about a nun who is being mistreated, pretty much, kind of bullied, and like if I try to keep the long story short. Now I'm burping all the time. Realized that both good and bad were inside of her, and that there is no just good or just bad. There's always a balance. Like it cannot, like one cannot be there without the other. And it's okay to realize. The thing is, I don't even know if I can give you advice. I mean, if I'm able to do so and you're like, okay, this is actually helpful, then I'm very glad, of course. It's just like, even if I won't, like, I feel like you would still do perfectly fine. Like, you would realize everything that I would mention anyways. You're that kind of smart. You're that kind of smart bitch. You're not a bitch, but, you know, I meant it as a joke. But you're that kind of awesome person. So do remember, as I said, like, you always have a choice. And you are very much respected and appreciated and loved. And to the words that are coming to my mind are not the right ones. I don't really know what I'm. It's like you are doing well. And the advice is to keep going this way and to not let yourself get distracted by something that could pretty much hurt you again, even if it's self-inflicted, even if it's just like as fears or something like that. And if you like keep having trouble, like, it's always okay. It's always just all right to seek help when you need it, to talk to someone about it who can help you with these things, and not just friends, family, or, because not always, okay, everyone can have truth in their speech, in their voice, and in their words, but sometimes we need, not every advice is meant for everyone. That's all I'm trying to say. So now let's get some last, like, 3 cards from this guidebook. No, we're not gonna get some cards from our guidebook. We're gonna get some cards from this card deck, which pretty much has like this inquiry here on this side, and the other side we have like an affirmation. So let's see. For a second, I smelled like some sort of sweet perfume or something. Not bad. Okay. I'm hearing that for some of you, you may even be accompanied by someone who really has the best intentions and sees your worth and respects you quite a lot. Now, let's see. Can I please have some last cards? What else does group 4 need to hear or know about themselves? Okay, first we have, what helps me declutter my mind? I am writing out my thoughts to gain clarity. And it says, dear universe, so maybe talking to the universe or whatever loving spirit is there to you connect with and love. You know, as long as it doesn't harm you. I mean, love is unconditional, so. Okay, so can I please have one more card? Okay, thank you. How can I stand in my power? I am cultivating strength and stability. Yeah, like, I don't even know how to explain it, but this is how I kind of see this vibe. It's like I'm taking in like really living life as if every day could be your last, like maybe because at this moment you are finally able to let go of, like, maybe like whatever this transformation or this release or this removing of all this horribleness has actually happened quite a while back, but now it's finally like you're finally seeing clear for the first time, as if you're finally able to forgive, finally able to let go. And right now it feels like finally I can breathe again, like, and feel more connected to the world around you, if that makes any sense. I'm hearing the word like obsession with like with a significant person or significant people. Could be significant, could be the case. Maybe I'm hearing like planet Earth and suddenly being reminded of like maybe the only bad experience you've had, or the only bad experiences was with people on planet Earth, on this Earth, and you've always felt like this comforting, like as if God, as if Jesus, as if spirit, universe, any loving source was speaking to you, whispering to you that everything will be okay, and like as if giving you hope in some way. Not for every single person, could be something different, or I don't know, just felt called to say that. Can I please have one more card for group 4? What does group 4 need to hear / know about themselves? Anything that could be helpful. I'm hearing some of you, someone or some of you may want me to rethingy the cards, flip the cards. How can I channel my inner strength? I am pushing through my resistance. With this card, it was what helps me declutter my mind. And with this one, it was, how can I stand in my power? You're one powerful being, like, man. Like, you change the world with just your presence. I don't know how you do it, but you're one powerful being. And this earth will be very, very happy to have you here. Definitely enjoy all that you are, like, all that you can enjoy about your life right now. And don't be afraid to just take care of yourself at this moment and do what you feel is right for you. Everything will turn out, like, whatever happens after, it's going, like, I mean, not in a way like da da da, you know, as if things are gonna turn out badly, but I'm just saying, definitely, like, this is definitely a time for you to really do what you want to do and just explore and experience and have yourself, like, let yourself have the time of your life, if that makes any sense. Not saying that you can only now have that, but more like, you know, don't try to force yourself, like to, I don't even know how to explain it, but now, like maybe if you still have tendencies of, like, being more selfless and selfish, like, it's like selfish in a way where it's like self-care and doing what you want to do, like, go toward it and don't worry too much about how things are gonna continue. It will be all right. Like, I don't need to give you that advice. You are very much capable of living your life and making the right decisions for yourself. And well, have fun living your life. Like, have fun with this beautiful newfound freedom. Anyway, so group 4, that's all I have for you. I hope you enjoyed the reading. And if you did, I hope you'll be back for another reading with me in the future soon.